Buenas noches, amigas y amigos. Bienvenidos una vez más a mi canal personal @ESPECIALES. ¿Quién te habla? Transmisión especial, hoy transmisión especial a un día y medio más o menos de salir el acceso anticipado de Subnautica 2. Vamos a decir acceso anticipado porque todo el mundo, Subnautica 2, acceso anticipado de Subnautica 2 quiere decir que no va a estar completo el juego, así que habrá que esperar. Vamos a mirar. Bienvenido a toda la gente que está en el chat. Un saludo a toda la gente que nos sigue y un saludo a toda la gente que nos va a ver en diferido. Bueno, ¿cómo anda Dragón? ¿Cómo andas? ¿Todo bien? No sé si te gusta este tipo de juego. Pero bueno, se viene Subnautica 2 y lo vamos a traer en el canal, obviamente. Ya estaba en el futuro juego. Estaban en los futuros juegos que íbamos a traer. Y como dije, acceso anticipado, porque todo el mundo, como repito, todo el mundo diciendo Subnautica 2, viene Subnautica 2, no, viene el acceso anticipado de Subnautica 2, que no es lo mismo, porque después lo pasan en 2 horas, en 3 horas el juego, y no es así. Hay un promedio de, haciéndolo rápido, parece que son unas 10 horas más o menos, y haciéndolo más prolijo, mejor, disfrutándolo más al juego, obviamente, unas 20 horas más o menos el juego. Pero vamos a ver qué dice directo que fue hace unos días, que lo iba a traer mañana, pero ya era muy próximo para después subirlo al canal de YouTube, todo este directo. Así que vamos a ver, es un directo largo. Vamos a ver, a mí hay cosas que no me convencen, pero bueno, se puede mejorar, ¿no? Por ejemplo, Subnautica es los mismos colores, no le pusieron el do, o sea, no hay nada que le cambie un poquito el color, para que sea diferente a todo lo demás. Si ven el logo de Subnautica V0, que es el menos popular, por eso traemos juegos con menos popularidad, pues Subnautica todo el mundo lo está jugando, y salió el 2017, 2017 va a ser casi 10 años que salió el juego, Subnautica. Nosotros traemos el V0 ya empezado, ya con un par de mods ahí para que se vea mejor, más realista. Pero vamos a mirar primero a ver qué nos dice y videos y qué dice sobre todo lo que va a venir. Aclaremos que no traigo líos, simplemente por el tema de que tendría que haber salido el año pasado, pero si se informaron, hubieron unos líos con una plata ahí extra, ahí pim pan, entre las empresas, la empresa que compró Subnautica y los diseñadores, y supuestamente los diseñadores decían que ya estaba pronto para salir a acceso anticipado, pero bueno, no salió el año pasado, tenía que haber salido el año pasado, y bueno, va a salir ahora, el 14 de este mes de mayo 2026. No voy a hablar de todos los líos que tiene porque hay muchos videos de eso. Yo solamente voy a mirar lo que viene en Subnautica 2 y lo que va a venir. Va a venir con multiplayer. Pero bueno, vamos a ver. Algunas cositas son repetidas, como que copy pega. No me convence eso. Pero después todo el tema del armado, de la base y eso, está muy personalizado. Ya no es ya bases exclusivamente ya hechas, sino que la vas a hacer de cero. Y eso está bastante interesante. Vamos a ver si la noche también, porque nosotros ponemos filtros para que la noche sea la noche y no algo que se vea como Subnautica o View 0 también, que si no pones un filtro para que la noche sea noche realmente, eso también es lo que más me interesa, que la noche sea de noche, que sea oscuro realmente, como en la realidad en el océano, que no se ve nada. Pero bueno, vamos a ver. Obviamente el acceso anticipado, después se van a arreglar y saldrá cosas mejores, o quién sabe. Vamos a mirar el video. No le puse marco, no puse nada, así que voy a bajar la música. Es del juego Subnautica View 0, ¿no? Los trailers engañan mucho comparado con lo que vi más o menos, pero después vemos.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Subnautica 2 launch showcase. I'm Danya, the community manager for Unknown Worlds, and I am
Community
extremely
manager.
excited to have Point Crow here as my co-host. So say hello.
Hi, hello. I'm very excited to be here. I'm Point Crow. If you don't know me, I play games wrong all the time and do weird challenges in them. And avid Subnautica fan.
Which is, I'm so excited to have you here as well to take everyone through this entire showcase. We have so much to get through, so everyone settle in, have as much fun. Make sure you've got a drink, make sure you've got something to eat, some snacks, because it is a jam-packed showcase to get you ready for Subnautica 2's launch. And Point Crow is going to give you a quick overview of what we have coming up.
Yeah, we have exclusive giveaways here. We have gameplay reveals. We have interviews with the developers, and we have drops to be won. There's so much more, and I'm really excited to get into this.
Yep, and we are not going to leave you hanging. I know we said that we have the exclusive gameplay reveal here for the new gameplay trailer, so we are just going to dive straight into that one and give you our brand new gameplay trailer for Subnautica 2.
El último trailer de Subnautica. Está bueno ahí el no se ve muy igual, muy igual. Caes de otra nave.
Welcome back, Pioneer. For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive.
O estamos en otro planeta, si no me equivoco. Ahí se lo veo muy plástico eso, ¿eh? Esto lo veo muy plástico.
Set up a lab here with a few basic biomods. They're safe. But if you start to hear voices, or if you get the urge to swim to the tree, don't go.
Hay un árbol, parece ahí.
Forget Noah, forget Altera, forget the life you imagined. It's all gone now. You're going to die here.
Sí.
And that's all right.
Hay de todo. Es todo un planeta nuevo. Sí, ahí la noche no es noche mismo. ¿No es? Bueno, ese es el último tráiler ahí. Subnautica 2, hay un poquito más en 3D ahí, pero sin embargo el título es igual que los colores y todo. Subnautica 2 pusieron el 2, pero el resto puede haber cambiado un poquito ahí para variar y no sea todo y los colores iguales. Copy pega.
I have so many things. I took notes. I'm ready to talk about it. Oh wow! I'm flabbergasted.
No, it's okay. What was the thing that kind of stood out the most to you from the trailer?
Well, first off, multiplayer, right?
Sí, el multiplayer que toda la gente lo ha pedido.
Like, at least two, which is crazy. I saw beautiful updated graphics for all of it. There's the loose story with the VO there. Forget Altera. You're going to die here, and that's all right. And that's a crazy line. It's a bar. We have the return of the architects. You see that at the end of the trailer. There's eyes in
y acá
the
puedes personalizar mucho la base. Y eso es lo que está muy bueno. Te demora mucho más en la imaginación.
The crab with the rock. Beautiful fabrication.
Cangrejo
That animation was
modo roca.
amazing. Does Kara return? Like because you see the hand going inside of the thing that you create in the biosphere. Like that's so cool. And there's new bios and there's a lot. There's so many. I'm very excited.
I'm so glad. Like your reaction is basically even with like obviously going through development and getting to play the game like all the way through every single stage that it's been in, like even when I got to watch the gameplay trailer for the first time, like I got chills. All of the little bits that we have like teased in there for what you are getting in the first early access update, which is obviously coming
14 de mayo.
14, which is
Acceso anticipado,
It's
porque
really close.
hay que aclarar muy bien
I also
eso.
wanted to mention too, the music in the trailer was beautiful. I think it brings the exact vibe that you guys are looking for, and I mean, I can't wait to dive in. But
yeah,
Ben, I guess.
Ben Prunty's back. Yeah. Ben Prunty is back again from Below Zero, so he's back to do all of our Subnautica 2 music.
Mira, el creador de la música de Below Zero, esto es la música de Subnautica 2.
I mean, I can't wait. Like, it's really soon, and I mean, I don't know what else to say here. It's just so I'm still like reliving the trailer in my mind.
Yeah, thankfully we are also going to pop it up on our YouTube channel, so if you want to watch it over and over and over again until it comes out, you are more than welcome to do that once we're all done here.
Also, there's a giveaway, right? We just watched the trailer, but there is a giveaway for everyone watching and everyone at home. If you want to win one of 60 Reaper Leviathan U2's plushies, that's right, a Reaper Leviathan plushie, all you need to do is head to Gleam. The link is on screen and also in chat, and if you complete all the instructions there, it'll be
Ahí está dando todas las instrucciones. Hay que aclarar que es uno de los únicos juegos que hay de construcción y supervivencia bajo el agua. Es Subnautica, por eso es muy popular en ese sentido.
Really hard with U2s on all of our different plushies, and so the Reaper Leviathan one.
Sí, es tipo un submarino chico.
Sometimes we take them out to go and do silly little TikToks, so we push them around on the swings in the local park. We dress them up for Halloween, all sorts of stuff. So they are great. U2s did an incredible job with them. So definitely make sure that you go.
Vamos a tener dos submarinos chicos, uno individual y otro para multijugador que está en dos partes. Pero va a haber más naves.
Is really exciting. It is the first time that we've ever done a Twitch drop for Subnautica.
I love Twitch drops. So, great. I'm really excited you guys are doing this.
Ahí va a haber drops para Subnautica. Es el 1 del 1, el submarino del 1. Voy a decir submarino para hablarlo realmente que es, porque se le dice otro nombre, pero es un submarino.
And you connect all of your accounts up, so connect your Twitch to Subnautica 2. You will automatically get the item when Subnautica 2 comes out in early access.
Tenemos que activar eso y nos regala ese
in your PDA and build it and put it in your basis decoration. It is
decoración.
So cool. I absolutely
activamos los drones. Va a haber drones para Subnautica en Twitch y te regalan la decoración esa del primer submarino de Subnautica.
Yeah. And if you do miss
o nave submarina, como quieras llamarla. No voy a decir su nombre porque realmente son naves submarinas.
Don't worry, it is not going to be wholly exclusive to Twitch for eternity. We will very likely bring it back in the future with like different events or different things that we do. So we don't want anyone to miss out. It'll just be anyone who's watching the launch showcase will be the first wave of people to get it. So don't worry. You will not miss out completely.
That's great. I mean, there's been way too many times when I've seen something and then I missed it 4 years ago. So
yeah,
it's great. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, we always try as much as we can to be like as generous as possible when we're doing giveaway items, which is why we also have another special thing that we're doing, which is if you purchase Subnautica 2 during the launch week, you will receive a buildable in-game Reaper statue.
Si compras la semana, te dan la estatua de
also a limited time offer to celebrate the launch.
Bicho, Leviatán del 1. Que mucha gente se asustó, ¿no? Hay muchos videos reacción. Muchas reacciones.
That's so great. I mean, we're gonna have a bases full of statues.
Sí,
and
pero
everything.
mucha gente se asustó
No
porque
previous Subnautica
jode mucho.
Yes,
Jode
this
mucho.
Leviathan comes back in Subnautica 2, right? Maybe
Es un
possibly.
Leviatán.
You want to tell me more right now? Maybe possibly.
Es un
No?
monstruito.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Te
I
jode
mean,
mucho, te
I mean,
jode.
I think we've talked
Te
about it a
persigue
bit,
por todos
but,
lados
like,
y no te deja.
we're on a
No
new
sé,
planet,
mucha gente
so a lot
hay
of
muchos
the
videos de
ingredients are
reacción
not the same
de los
as the
sustos, ¿no?
original
De repente
Subnautica,
aparece
so
y te
this was
rompe.
just a nice little way to
Sí,
be like,
o sea,
hey,
no los
the
mata, acá
original
no
Leviathan
hay.
might not be coming back,
O sea,
you know,
hay trucos para
in
matar,
its life
pero
size
que he visto
way,
por
but
YouTube.
you've got like a little
Pero
statue for
por
the
sí solo
face,
no
so
tenés
there in
este
spirit, if not in body.
armamento de torpedos. O los torpedos son
I'm excited to see
para
the
que
new
se vayan,
creatures. I'm excited
no
to see
para
the new
matar.
environments.
Hay mod y todo eso
All
sí,
in jest.
pero
I'm
no.
really excited. I
Este,
can't wait. And thanks for doing these drops.
un torpedo
hey, you want 'em?
de gas
Grab 'em.
venenoso para ahuyentar.
And just to amp the excitement a
O
little
explosiones,
bit more,
Mm-hmm.
we are
cosa,
going
pero
to
nada-
on to
nada
our
de otra
first
cosa.
interview
Acá
with
no
the devs.
mata a
So
estos
we are
bichos.
going to
Hay trucos para
invite on
matarlos,
a
sí,
couple of
he
them
visto,
to
pero
basically just have
de
a
por
quick
sí
little
no lo
chat,
podés
and
matar así,
then, they are
eh,
going to do a
mano a
little
mano,
demo after
este,
that,
cuerpo a
just
cuerpo,
to show
¿no?
off some more of
Tienes
the
un cuchillo
game.
cuerpo a
So,
cuerpo y un...
without further ado, let's bring them in. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining
Bueno,
us.
vino el diseñador, el sistema
Would you like to
diseñador y
introduce
artista.
yourselves?
Sure. I'll go first. I'm Anthony Gallegos. I'm the game design lead on
Soy el jefe de
Subnautica
diseño del
2.
juego Subnautica.
Which
Este es el que
means I-
tuvo lío,
all
que
the-
tuvo
all
lío.
the- all the bad decisions are
O
my
tenían una
fault, and all the
plata
great
ahí,
decisions
no
are
se la
everyone
dieron
else's.
y se armó lío. O tenía que repartirla y no sé qué pasó ahí.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Giammi. I'm a system designer on
Diseñó el
Subnautica 2.
sistema,
Uh,
es un ericador.
if you can't find any copper,
Se encuentra cobre.
you should tell me. It will be the
Avísame, será.
50,000th time I've heard that you can't find copper, and I will once more delve into the mines and understand why.
Si no encuentran cobre.
Sorry, I have a quick question before we start the rest of the interview. Why can't I find copper? I just want to make. It's curious.
It's past 4 of them. The day-night lighting was such that you couldn't catch the reflection, which is why we added that separate little glint thing. Everybody said there was too much yesterday, and then they all said there was too little today, and depending on which build you were on, the feedback was different. We decided
había
to either
demasiado
remove the large
cobre.
nodes to that one cave based on some other data, and you missed those because the size was off. Or you already found it all in this cave, forgot about it, and posted to Reddit anyway.
Estaban haciendo la
Perfect,
prueba y
perfect.
vieron que había demasiado cobre,
Wanna know
entonces
why.
tuvo que sacar ese demasiado cobre que había.
I'm Daniel. I'm an environment artist, so my job is
Vertido
making
en
rocks,
torno, así que
coral,
trabajo con
and covering Brian's copper with grass, so you can't find it.
It's supposed to be on the ceilings, Daniel.
Incredible, just absolutely incredible. We have a few questions ready to ask you all. So if you don't mind, we will get in with the first one, which we're not going to do anything too complicated or difficult. So take a nice breath. We're not going to throw you in the deep end, pun intended. So when players first dive into Subnautica 2, what's the immediate difference you'd kind of like them to feel compared to the previous Subnautica games?
Well, I think the first thing we want people to notice is that we want them to see how much more beautiful the game is now. You know, I think Subnautica 1 and Below Zero are still like striking games. But we
Sí,
also
sí,
know that
es impactante
Subnautica
por
started
eso.
development over 10 years ago. And so I think this is like a game that brings it to a sort of next generation of fidelity. And so after they take in the oohs and the ahs of how pretty it is, my hope is that they start to feel like, wait, it is very different looking. It's very pretty, blah, blah, but also I feel like I'm back in Subnautica. That would be the best compliment anyone could give, is that when they play for like a half hour, they're like, you know what? I feel comfortably like this is an
Es tipo
extension of the things that I
como
know
un
before.
escudo ahí ahora. Tipo un escudo eso ahora. Antes abrías una puerta.
It's a
como-
very good question. There's a sense of like mystery that comes from not knowing stuff. It's very difficult to replicate. It's very difficult to have more than once, right? Like you talk about the way you remember playing Subnautica 1 the first time. You know, I played it again before starting on Subnautica 2 and got a bunch of wonderful memories about those big reveals, like the first time something, a Reaper grabbed me by the front and shot me off to the side. That kind
No,
of
una caja. Al
If
principio
we
tenemos unas
succeed, I think we're
cajitas
gonna create a
ahí
bunch
que
of new
quedan
memories that feel the way those do
en el
when you look
agua,
back.
pero después sí tenés los
I thought it was to
armarios y
be as
esos
memorable
adentro
for
de la
similar
base.
reasons,
Pero
but
parece que
without having
puedes
to
traer
repeat
las
anything,
cajas.
right? To ultimately put the lightning back in the bottle and then
Multiplayer,
again,
uno
and to go further than
recoleta
we
y el
did,
otro
to add
tiene
more
la
stuff
caja.
to sort of like take the what ifs that you've asked over the years since the first game came out, and like actually pay
Son
some of them off,
cofres
sort of like the
manuales.
curiosity, see what you find.
I would give like an environment artist answer probably, but I think the stuff that's happening with light in this game is just incredible. You know, we have everything is casting light into the scene. You know, everything that's bioluminescent is casting light into the scene. Even just, you know, colorful coral and stuff is bouncing light. And then the biggest difference I think
Todo
is in
refleja
bases where you just have
iluminación.
sunlight or other light just shining through your windows into the base, shining out when it's nighttime and you have lights on in your base. It just looks just like stunning to me. And I'm really excited for people to get to see that.
Bueno, sí,
I imagine
iluminar
that's
la
actually
base y
quite,
eso sí está
like,
bueno.
a
sí,
difficult
obviamente.
problem to solve, right? Because it's not only like a regular game where you have above ground and you have one ray of light, but you also have fusion through water, and you have
Sí,
to like
pero
really capture that.
bajo el
Is that,
mar es
is that
es
something that
oscuro.
like was genuinely a very difficult issue for you to solve?
I would say, yeah, we've iterated through, you know, water light absorption and stuff like that, like a ton. We're still,
Absorption,
you know,
ahí va.
figuring that out, especially when you get deeper, you know, there's less sunlight. And so you have to figure out like this thing, you know, this flashlight looked great up there. Now down here, it's like way too bright or whatever. So it's an ongoing thing. It's definitely worth it though.
Yeah, I also see the artists often agonize over, and I mean this in a good way. They agonize over like the way water looks when you look up through the surface. You know, I forget the name of the actual effect, but there's like a ring effect that appears with the way everything looks, and they try and accurately replicate that, or even all the time they spent on the
Eso
material that
es una
appears on the
View
ground
0,
of
no, debe
the
ser de View
ocean
0.
when you
Bueno,
are
hoy
watching
estamos
the way
haciendo
light comes through
el
the
video
waves,
Subnautica
and the
2,
rippling effect, it
pero
constantly
lo que voy a
creates that
traer es
little
View
bit of light
0 por
motion
hoy
across the
nomás.
ground. Like all the work that they've done to make that really makes it feel like
No, no, no,
yes,
esas
you are
son.
in water and not just
Porque en View
flying
0 es menos popular el juego.
and like
Hay mucha
actually swimming in
tierra.
shallow water in a really great way.
I think most people can agree with me when I say, after looking at that gameplay trailer that we just did, that you guys did a fantastic job with it so far. It looks beautiful. I'm very, very excited to dive into it. I also I have a question following up actually.
Los mata, ¿viste?
And I know, Anthony,
Como puedas
you
para
did
sacarle
mention
la
to me
piel y
that
hacer
you
un traje
called me
porque
that he was
estás
a
en la
coward
nieve.
earlier. With,
Y baja la
my
temperatura y te mata.
Yes, with my gameplay. So I was curious, right? Because Subnautica 1 and also Below Zero had such a sense of horror, a dread to go further, deeper into the ocean after having these very inviting starting environments. I'm wondering exactly, like, how did you design these biomes in Subnautica 2 to really, like, start feeling more and more dangerous
Sí, hay
as you get into
parte
there? 'Cause
bastante
I think
oscura.
I speak for a lot of people in the fact that the fear of the unknown is something
Está,
that really
está preguntando si los biomas van a
drove them to
ser
play Subnautica even more.
aterradores
They love the
o
game so much.
más o menos.
I think we get a lot of benefit out of the fact that we're on an unknown alien planet, and the fact that we're not repeating 4546B means that we have like a whole new slate of creatures that people have no idea what they do. And so, speaking about even watching your playthrough, right, that I watched, and I say coward affectionately because I was also a coward, that the first time you see like something like a gasopod, you're like, what's that? I won't go anywhere near it. It's going to kill me. And a gasopod ends up being kind of like a benign creature for the most part. But simply because you don't know what it's capable of, it's very scary. It's very,
Y
very
eso es
scary.
verdad.
And
Al
I think we
principio cuando
benefit a
jugás
lot
no
from that.
sabes si
So we always try
eso
and
te
put
van a partir al
predators
medio
in
o no.
every area
Después
that
ves
you're
que
in,
son
some type of,
jodedores
like,
nomás.
minor or major threat. And I think simply by virtue of the fact that you have no idea what they do, and that the game gets progressively darker, that alone does a lot of the weight of making it scary. Like, we don't have to intentionally be like,
A medida
this
que
is a
bajas
jump scare
es
moment or
igual que
anything like that.
los
Not required.
Subnautica
Just make it to where they will come at you and do a
1
roar,
y
and players will already
a medida que
generally be like,
bajas
nope, I'm out,
los
you
bichos
know?
van a estar más peligrosos. Sí.
And as Daniel was pointing out earlier, just the fact that we have so much better lighting effects and stuff like that, I think the dark gets real dark and real scary, and the, you know, it's I work on the game. I'm a little
No
bit
sé
broken.
cuántos
Most
metros
things don't
tiene,
affect
creo
me, but
que
there are still things that I play right now.
ahora va a
It's really
decir.
dark, and I'm like, nah, this is really quite a challenge to play test.
Ahí se ve
So,
claro.
Yeah, the alien world does a lot of the heavy lifting for us.
It's probably fair to
Sí,
say
es el
the
primer
music does
tráiler.
too. I don't know. I think we're very lucky to get to work with Ben Prunty again. I've been listening to his music since like FTL. I used to have that soundtrack on repeat. And there's just a
Música está
really
buena.
beautiful thing that happens when that like emotional design intent starts from like, you know, Anthony in a Miro board, and then months later it's like, here's the music track, here's the high level concept, and you just start to see it become more
Sí,
and
porque
more real until you
acá
see the player play
el
it,
oxígeno
and you see the look
es
on their face, you see
importante.
that
Acá
surprise,
estamos bajo
that
el
like,
agua, es como en el espacio.
and like months of work are paid off in that moment. All the effort is worthwhile in that moment. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, the music does a ton. There's a part, I think, there's one song that when I first heard it in the Subnautica 2 build, I was like, what is that? What is happening? And I think I was as scared as I've ever been, including, you know, the previous games. I was just from the song, I didn't even know what was going to happen. I was just like, my God, what is this? And yeah, I think with the biomes, we also, the tech gives
Sí,
us the
el
ability to
bioma
make it
según la
more
música.
interesting, like rock formations and stuff, and those can carry a lot of personality as well. I think the coolest thing to me about Subnautica is the two flip sides of like mystery. It's like I don't want to find out what's down there, but I also do want to find out what's down there, you know. And so you're constantly pulled between like dread and curiosity. And so I think having even the scary biomes be really cool and interesting, you know, is a huge part of it.
I was like, on that point, it's like I was really drawn to like the blood kelp forest in Subnautica 1, right? And it's like, whoa, like what is this place? Only to be
Eso
attacked
es
by
Subnautica
a
1,
crab
sí, por
squid,
eso.
and you're like, I can't do this.
Esos
And
bichos
I
también
love
jodan,
the
salado.
difference there with the Reaper Leviathan.
El segador
areas
ese,
with
el que el
pure-
grandote.
there's nothing. It's just desolate. To really give you that sense of, oh, everything's open. Like you can't hide here.
Ese es el
I think
segador.
that really plays
Man.
pretty significantly exactly what Anthony was
En
saying.
serio,
as
mucha
well,
gente se ha asustado. Se asustó.
with environmental storytelling.
Está mostrando imágenes
Really
del
letting this
Subnautica 1.
alien world and darkness cloud your mind of fear of the
Tiene unos
unknown.
cuantos años
It's great
el
to hear
juego.
from you guys about that.
Yeah, it's really cool because like I also feel like sometimes when you play it as much as we do while you're going through development, sometimes you feel like you get desensitized to a lot of that, but it's really not the case. Like there are still moments where I'll go through an area and like I just still feel that same sense of like wonder and awe, even if I've like been in there like 5 or 6 or 7 different times. And I do think that in a
Acá
lot of
tenés que
ways,
comer,
Subnautica
tomar
2
agua
is,
y,
like,
bueno, la
really
respiración.
capturing some of those like really beautiful moments that you got in like Subnautica and Below Zero. But I kind of want to hear from all of you guys as well, but is there like a biome or a creature that you think kind of really showcases like how Subnautica 2 is like different?
Están hablando de la diferencia grande que haya en Subnautica 2. Buah.
That's a good question. Because it's funny because I'm like thinking about a lot of our early creatures. The attempt was to match the sort of feelings of like Subnautica.
Eso en la
I
base.
think if I'm
Acá
thinking
tenés que
about the
hacer
stuff you
base.
would've definitely
Sí
seen
o
in the
sí,
gameplay trailer.
tenés que hacer base. Si no, no
There's a creature
sobrevive.
we called a 4-eye, and it's in the very first gameplay trailer we ever did. Not even the most recent one.
Porque el
but the
tanque de
first one.
oxígeno es chico al
It's the
principio.
creature you see split in two, and it does this cute little spin thing and comes back together.
Ahí cambió
I
el.
thought that
Eso
was an
está bueno que
interesting piece of,
ya han
like,
cambiado la.
evolutionary biology we explored, which is that we wanted to have this idea of creatures
Bueno,
that
eso de hacer
existed
base, pero
as two
lamentablemente
individuals
estos
but,
juegos sí o sí.
come together for
Pero-
one like life form, basically. And that was a way that we were trying to differentiate the life on this from what you saw in 4546B. And that will not be the only creature in the game that operates
Siempre
that
decir
way,
lo mismo.
because that was like a sort of, we started thinking it, a lot of players do way
A
more
ver,
thinking
porque esto
about
es
this than I think the
importante.
devs originally ever did about. That's a good question.
Esto es importante.
Because
La diferencia
it's funny
que
because
haya.
I'm like thinking about a lot of our early
Subnautica
creatures.
y
The attempt was
Subnautica.
to match the sort of feelings of like Subnautica. I think if I'm thinking about the stuff that you would have definitely seen in the gameplay trailer, there's this creature we called a 4-eye, and it's in the very first gameplay trailer we ever did. Not even the most recent one, but the first one. It's the creature you see split in two, and it does this cute little
Cuatro
spin
ojos.
thing and comes back together. I thought that was an interesting piece of like evolutionary biology we explored, which is that we wanted to have this idea of creatures that existed as two individuals but come together for one like life form, basically. And that was a way that we were trying to differentiate the life on this from what you saw in 4546B. And that will not be the only creature
No,
in the game
es así el
that
bicho.
operates that
Están
way.
explicando
That
eso.
was like a sort of, we started thinking it, a lot of players do way more thinking about this than I think the devs originally ever did about like,
Oh, que esto
oh,
es
see, this
fantasioso.
creature
Está en un
comes from this
planeta,
same sort
esto
of
no es
phenotype as this, and they are all in the same genus.
es Trended
sure,
Deep.
I think that's awesome. I love that people do that.
Acá está un
But this is kinda
planeta
what I was saying, where more
alienígena.
people are more intentionally doing that, where they're like, okay, so this would probably be related to this, and this is like a thing we want to carry through creatures on this planet, maybe more intentionally than before. So I think that one exemplifies that.
I'm waiting for like a couple of folks on the team to read those theories on Reddit and go, "Oh my God, they're right. That's a good idea. We should make that actually true."
Yeah.
Now you think about it, that's great.
Right? Like they look at it like, that's better than what we had written down. That happens. Good ideas come from lots of places. Both the biomes I want to talk about are not ones we could talk about yet, and so it's frustrating. But I can say why I care, why I think they're going to be so wonderful. There's two things that are really unique to Subnautica biomes that I love. There's the environmental storytelling methods that we use, where we exercise an awful lot of constraint and don't throw the UI in your face and don't really tell you what it is and kind of just pull you through with big, scary, spooky stuff or mysteries or the just unknown. Or, as Micro may have noticed, the big, scary Reapers push you down and then you have to go to the place that was more scary before but isn't actively going to eat you. So we have a lot of fun stuff, just like how you arrive at a place and have to sort the mystery out. The other one is when we do the full ecosystem sort of thing, where this zone is defined by the life forms that live there and the way the other life forms respond to it. And we've got some really, I wish I could talk about it, dynamics and loops where it's you will know going into the zone that all the life here is aware of something particularly spooky, and you too shall become afraid of it in time. And I look forward to somebody dissecting this exact language months down the line and go, "Oh, it was that one."
Hey, you know what? I mean, you can tell here. We won't tell anybody. You just want to just tell us a little more. That's fine. That
Que los
People
biomas
do
van a
that,
estar
people just let me
bastante,
Tell.
¿cómo es? Alineados,
There's two
hablando de
creatures,
eso.
or four creatures, two pairs of creatures that I
Cuatro
don't think
cultivados.
are, I think they're too far ahead to talk about explicitly, but if there's one creature and if another one gets in proximity to it, their behavior changes in ways that are bad for you, the player. So it's oh, if I see that guy, not a good
Hay
sign.
cuatro
If
bichos
I
que
see that guy
te
and
van a
this other
complicar
guy,
ahí.
that's a really bad. And I just find that so cool. It feels really like there's sort of this interaction between different organisms around you rather than just between them and you. It's very cool to see.
Yeah, I love that
según
idea.
parece,
It really makes
va a haber
it
cuatro
more of
bichos
a
que te van a
living world
complicar
that
la
you're
vida.
experiencing. You've been, from what we've seen in the gameplay trailer, you've been thrust down into this, this planet, and you're not someone who's involved with any of these environments. So exploring that and seeing all of these different places interact, rather than them just being segmented by biome. I love that, and that's really great to hear. I can't wait to exactly find out what you're talking about. I feel like that's another, going back to that previous question, sense of dread. You see these two things together, run.
Yeah.
And so we've talked a little bit
Corre.
about the fauna
Si ve esos dos
of,
bichos, dice.
of this new alien world.
Matar
I want to
salado,
talk a little
entonces.
bit about the vehicles, right? What makes, so I know in Subnautica, we had the Sea Glide in Subnautica 1, the Sea Truck in Subnautica Below Zero. What makes the
Sí, pero es todo
Tadpole
agua.
in Subnautica 2 more than just another vehicle? How does it change how players explore through the environment?
Y no hay nada para...
And why is it special?
One of the things that I think we
En Subnautica 1 es ponerle que es un 10% de superficie de tierra. En View 0 sí hay mucho más superficie, pero es de hielo, Entonces cuando subís a la superficie te pone otro medidor donde te estás congelando. Si no comes algo o tomas café por ejemplo, para descongelar eso, te morís. Por eso, entonces te metes al agua y ahí revivís, pero si estás muy arriba te morís. Y acá va a haber un porcentaje muy poco también, se ve que de tierra. Por eso la base se hace todo. Imagínate que estás en el espacio, pero único que acá en el agua. Por eso es uno de los únicos juegos que hay que haces base abajo del agua y todo es abajo del agua. Yo ahora tengo 1600 metros bajo el agua. Puedo llegar con el
We all on the
submarino.
team do is we all watch a lot of the content that people make about Subnautica. And when we were trying to think of Subnautica 2, we were like, okay, well, we want to make it more like Subnautica 1 than Below Zero, which isn't to say that I reject wholeheartedly anyone that says Below Zero is not a great game. I think Below Zero is amazing.
Sí, acá está diciendo que claro, que mucha gente, muchos dicen que Below Zero no es un buen juego. Yo considero que es más difícil, ¿tá? Yo considero que es más difícil que el Subnautica y es buen juego porque tiene cosas diferentes que Subnautica. No podés hacer dos juegos iguales. El Below Zero sería como un spin-off que está entre el 1 y el 2. Y acá lo está diciendo el jefe que Below Zero es un juego increíble y es verdad, es un juego muy bueno. La gente no le gusta, pero bueno, si querés seguir la historia, tenés que jugar a Below Zero también. Tenés que jugar a Below Zero porque tiene menos cosas y capaz, pero cosas nuevas tiene.
Like
Tiene
I
cosas
love
nuevas.
Below Zero. And I'm also a sea truck lover, which that puts me at a weird spot with some people. I think the sea truck's great, but I understand a lot of the criticisms of why people have.
Ahorita que la gente lo hizo y era totalmente justa. Y yo me tranqué, inclusive Below Zero nunca lo pude pasar y ahora estaba jugando la vuelta por fuera. Y ¿cómo es? Para mí mucho está cosas nuevas, tiene cosas nuevas, que falta, ¿no? Pero para mí Below Zero también está muy bueno. Pero bueno, la gente se queda con Subnautica nomás. Yo ahora estaba, no sé, a 600 metros bajo el agua, 800 creo, o algo así, no me acuerdo bien. Y hay un bicho que te acosa, te acosa y te deja la nave de 100% a 45%. Tenés que repararla enseguida porque si no, si te agarra de vuelta te parte al medio. Que es un Leviatán también. Pero está. Obviamente que es más popular Subnautica, pero el que le gusta todo este tipo de juego, tenés que jugar Subnautica Below Zero también. O sea, no te quedarte solamente con Subnautica. Sino que Below Zero también, porque es la historia de otra parte del planeta.
Totally fair. And so to
Que sí es verdad que hay más tierra, y bueno, pero y está bueno igual.
me, I think what the Sea Truck did that was awesome was this idea of modularity.
Ahí va, claro, a la gente no le gustó mucho porque no estaba el submarino grande, sino que es por parte, por módulos. Se transforma en un tren, se transforma. Tener la parte del manejo, la parte de guardado. Vos que, comandador, que no te gusta hacer mucha base, cuando llegas al submarino, podés andar con el submarino y no tener base, pero lamentablemente tenés que tener la base y o sí para hacer todo lo demás. Pero después hay gente que ha jugado con el submarino y tiene todo en el submarino grande, ¿no? Que es un submarino grande en el Subnautica. Y yo prefiero hacer base, ¿viste? Hay gente que hace varias bases en varios lugares o en las partes más difíciles. Pero bueno, eso cada uno como quiere jugarlo, ¿no? Yo lo juego como siempre, disfrutando y explorando todo el juego porque está muy bueno en ese sentido.
And maybe some of the execution on it is what left some people wanting. And so when it came to the tadpole, we were looking at, okay, how could we add modularity to it, but make sure that the things that we're adding isn't about, like, you know, you're not building the sea train. It is more about swapping out the vehicle for different roles. And that's the thing that we're trying to do with it, is that every chassis that it attaches to serves a very specific purpose and a very different gameplay role from the other. Like, we could, in theory, create 50 chassis if we wanted to, but we're very intentional with the ones that we put in the game are meant to shake up the way that you would normally use this vehicle. And then the fact that it can detach from the chassis just means that it makes exploring more dynamic, because let's say you were in a chassis of size and you got to a cave entrance that was too small. That gives you that moment to start doing like the the Russian doll of detach from the chassis, going with the tadpole.
Sí, eso
Now
lo
I need
vimos
to
en el
break out
trailer.
a resource, so I'm going to get out of my vehicle and start using my wake makers, the Sea Glide equivalent.
Sí, con el submarino grande, por ejemplo, el Subnautica, no podías entrar en las cuevas chicas. Sin embargo, con los submarinos chicos, más personales, podía entrar en lugares. Acá va a estar en 2 partes, va a tener dos partes el submarino.
And then drive
Y va a
around
estar
the
bueno.
resources, and so we get that same sort of feel that you get almost from, in a way, going from like the Cyclops to the
El
Seamoth
Cíclope,
to the
sí,
player
el
on the
Cíclope era el
Seamoth,
submarino
and you start to
gigante.
get that even with just the chassis early on. I think it's important that the chassis is not the end of the road for like vehicle size increases. Like we will have a large sub, but
Submarino grande.
I think it gives players that sort of early sense of power and progression, and chassis means that they can have choices with how they want to play. Like the goal isn't to make like one chassis that's irrelevant after a certain point. It's that 20 hours in, you and I sit there and think about our tadpoles, and you're like, I don't want to use that chassis. I like the one that I have for this role, and that's fine. And I think that's where it feels pretty special.
20 horas.
I'm glad to hear that. I think a lot of people have varying opinions about the sea trucks, so thanks for also addressing that too.
No sé bien todavía. Ahora vamos a ver, porque ahora después de esto va a haber un gameplay entre ellos jugando, pero vos estás en el medio adentro y en los costados estás vos, pero parece que te conectás y tenés aire también, parece. No sé bien todavía. El 14 lo vamos a ver. El 14 lo vamos a ver bien porque hay cosas muy nuevas. O sea, en sí hay alguna, hay, ¿cómo te puede? Tenés el detector, el que investiga toda la fauna y flora, que lo tenés en Subnautica. Te acuerdas que trajimos Subnautica con 100 mods, no sé, me acuerdo cuántos mods habíamos traído. Acá traemos como 8 o 10 mods nada más. No hay poca cosa con Subnautica View 0. Que es el detector, después el reparador, el cortador láser. Acá tenés uno que parece que come.
I'm a sea
Que arranca los materiales, ¿viste? Que eso es nuevo, si se podía decir. Porque va a haber materiales que no lo vas a poder sacar a mano, parece. Entonces, eso se debería poder decir. Bueno, después el resto es casi todo.
neutrality, it was just a vehicle in the game for me, but I understand that. And it's also, so just to follow up with the chassis here, so you'll have one for, I guess, like exploration.
Uno chico
you'll
para
have one
explorar.
for maybe like biosphere thing or whatever. Or maybe you'll have one for this other function, just to clarify there. And then you can just like always use it for that, detach it, and explore whatever you want. Is what you're essentially saying here?
Yeah, like the first one that we have, the one that we've shown with the wings, we primarily think of that as
Vamos a tener el que tiene las alas y va, ese que se la puede sacar las alas y ir
more
solo
of an
sin nada.
exploration one. It's the one that makes the tadpole the fastest, for instance. But it has limited utility when it comes to things like storage and stuff like that. So it's much more, I'm going around fast to look at stuff, and then maybe we could have options of ones that could like hold more, for instance. So stuff like that is the type of things where we're thinking about, like, we often think about it in player roles. I've talked with Brian about this, where we're like, oh, it's a player that just cares about exploring and driving around and looking at creatures, and then there's a player that's like, I'm a player that wants to just grab everything off the ground and be a locust on the world. And like that's like two different mindsets, and we can kind of cater to both of them at individual times without saying like make a whole new vehicle. But you could still have your little Iron Man moment of, looking at your little chassis all lined up or something like that, and kind of pick which one you want to dock with. I think stuff like that feels really neat for players.
That sounds great. That sounds really fun.
Va a haber
One thing
como
I would add is
4
they
cosas
have a really
para
cool
para
hardpoint
andar.
system, and so you can add, in addition to the chassis, you can add, I want to put an extra storage compartment on the outside. or you can add a light. You can put a light on there, you know, or other stuff. I think we're still building more things that you can add to those hard points, and it starts to feel like an off-road rally car with like stuff strapped to the roof. It feels like very much like it's my tadpole. You know, it's not just the tadpole. This is my tadpole that I built for what I want to do with it, and I get the sense of ownership. I really love that stuff.
Yeah, you just kind of like just really, you know, I got that. You know, we can just kind of strap the around and call it a day. Yeah, I get that.
Nice, nice improvisational prop, ready with the duct tape.
Yep.
You know,
I want to be like a giant game design nerd for a second. So like the sea truck was an interesting way for the player to make choices, because you can kind of have everything if you build it all and are willing to go really slow, but then it all kind of looks and handles and feels the same. And I feel like the tadpole chassis model does a good job pushing past that to where the different choices you make about how you want to play feel, look, appear, or like have an identity that is different. It's not just I've added this box to the back of my truck that does a thing. It's like, no, I'm in the one with the fast
Sí,
way to go
llevan
super quick,
cajas
let's
para
run away from
llevar más
predators,
cosas
versus
en los
the one that
submarinos.
I'm going to use to try and move my base over there past those same predators where I have to desperately hope that they don't catch me because I'm slower this time. It's like, it's not quite as much as a, like, you could just have this enormous train of everything, like you have to make choices, but then we can pay those off with really strong trade-offs and good drama.
I think
No me
the
di cuenta
really
de
nice
eso.
thing
De eso no
is
me di
that
cuenta todavía.
we can probably show some of this off. So we're gonna have a little bit of a gameplay demo. So we're gonna have the three of you showing off some of the really cool stuff that the tadpole can do and going through some really cool areas. So we're gonna go and switch over to that so that everyone watching can like take a look at that demo, and then we will come back afterwards and have some more interviews with some more of the other developers.
It's the gameplay demo time. Show off some of those vehicles we were talking about
Ahí están jugando.
in our sweet base with our moon pool. Totally not ramshackle. I'm a very beautiful base builder. I build the best.
La iluminación la
bases.
pones vos también. Ya
But no,
todo lo
we have a
pones manual, la
off-road
iluminación.
moon pool. But we could drive ourselves, but I think it'd be cooler to get a ride.
Hello? Melissa's here.
La piscina la haces vos ya también,
Come on
del
in.
tamaño de que quieras vos la
Make
piscina.
sure you bring your hardpoint stuff if you got anything to schlep around.
Well, you got it. You got an oxygenator on you right now and a work light, so let's do that.
Well, must
no
have
es
forgotten I left that stuff in
oxigenador.
the truck.
I'm seated.
Oh, se ve oscuro la noche.
I am enjoying a scenic view of the grass under the thing.
Hasta ahí
over
nomás
it.
igual.
Alright, here
Ahí
we
se
go.
ve claro todo ahí.
All right, and where would you gentlemen like to go today?
Esto de 100 y
take
100% de
me-
electricidad, eso
take me on a
copy
tour,
pega. Lo
driver.
que está a la derecha, copy
Tour.
pega.
Oh, love those.
Voy a haber modificado un poquito
It's like
ahí.
I passed the
pero
test for the
todo lo demás
knowledge,
está
now I can
modificado
show you
un
all
poco.
around.
Hasta ahí nomás.
Cool Gardens.
Uh-oh.
La noche, más o menos, ¿eh?
Yeah,
Se
let's
ve
go.
todo la noche y no me gusta.
We have some
Tarde o temprano
guides
va a
that are
salir-
very
va a salir un
fun to
filtro
drive
y
through in
para que la
smaller,
noche
faster
sea
vehicles.
realmente.
The thing about this vehicle is the top speed on it's still pretty good. It's more just like a little bit of like a driving a Mack truck. It takes a while to get up there.
Yeah.
Return to the lifeport at your convenience.
Let's see here.
But you know, it was always
No
a
sé si va a
priority for
salir
us
en
to make sure
español,
that
tampoco
each
no sé
chassis
si-
kind of had its
eso
own
sí.
identity, and the speed is definitely one of the major components of that.
The acceleration curve gives it a very distinct feel.
Ahí tenés
Yeah.
como que vas no estás, estás de costado. Y como que se conecta ahí y se
We've
conecta
got, I'll call this the spider
y no
dome
perdes
photo.
oxígeno.
Yeah,
Ahí estás
you should
adentro,
take us out over some resources so we can see how
en el
the
medio. estás.
cool light on the bottom of the hull kind of works.
Ooh, good idea.
One of the
Sí,
things
ahí no
about
se
it
ve
was,
mucho.
yeah, we wanted it to be like the work rig, so you and your friends could go drive to your construction job together and
Unos
go
pedazos
gather
de algo ahí
materials.
abajo.
Perfect.
Y con el detector, con el...
Like I could take you all right to this drop off, and then we could build a
Ahí
dive
consigue las
elevator to
cosas.
get you all the way down, and you could stick the oxygenator.
Oh, I actually just realized that for the first time that we could look through the camera.
I thought that was just for the driver.
No, we're watching the camera too. That's great.
Nice. We've got some lovely water slugs down there, and here we are coming up on an awful lot of the Necro Legends.
Yeah, I will say at night the
Esa parte se ve
anemones
linda.
here look so pretty.
Yes.
I think in the Q&A you were talking, Daniel, about the way
Tiene
that the lighting
iluminación ahí, el
bounces off stuff in a way that's so
submarino para
different
llevar.
than the old
Ahí
games. And I think
un
you see a lot of
segundo
that
ahí.
even with the light, the way it's bouncing off the vehicles right now.
Such an amazing lighting artist, Freddie, but even, you know, just placing stuff in the world, every time you are dropping stuff in, it changes, you know, the lighting. It's really amazing.
Este que está en el medio. ¿Es el que va al medio o cómo es?
Here, I'm gonna gather
Uno va
some
para
of these acid
abajo.
things.
No
Park me
me doy
above and
cuenta.
turn on the light, boss.
Un poquito se cambió
Yes,
ahí
sir. There we
el
go. Nice little
el
pop.
inventario. Ahí está, se
Use
ve
my
bien,
lower
se ve
camera to
linda
get the
la
position
nave.
just right. There you go.
Oh
Ah,
wait, I
esa
forgot to bring
ese
my
es
blade.
nuevo, ese
Oh, well,
nuevo.
I'll blow up some of these rocks instead. I'm like the worst prepared person.
Pero ahí te lo agarrando
Wait, no, I
solo.
have the axe.
Todo el inventario está
always
bueno,
prepared.
está diferente. Eso sí se ve medio
We
plástico.
never doubted you for a second.
No me gusta el diseño.
All right, I got some cysts. Which is
Yeah.
a sentence you only
El
say in a
cuchillo
video
es-
game is a positive thing.
No me gustó mucho.
Maybe we should go in search of wildlife. I mean, I guess, you know, it's not to besmirch the fair anemone. They are also wildlife. But
Sí, el hacha, perdón. El cuchillo le encajé yo. Pero
yes, or what is
se ve
what is
medio
and what isn't
plástico.
an animal? That's another
no me
thing that
gustó
we
mucho.
commonly have debates about. Yeah.
Yeah. Deciding what to name stuff internally.
I would love to see some of the creatures that Daniel worked on that are in this
Ahí un
area.
coso de que
If we
sacas
just go a little
energía.
bit more east.
Eso está igual,
Just gonna
Creo que es
see
ese.
how I can handle this current over here.
Ah, no, es son cosas de aire.
This is fine. It's
Corrientes
fine.
de aire.
Yeah. One of the
Que te
cooler
pueden
creatures that I think we
tirar
put in
para
the game
arriba o meterte para abajo. Como
are
el primer
these,
tráiler.
These massive jellies. The cool tentacles going over the edge.
Medusa.
Yeah,
Ahí se
these
ve
were,
oscuro, bastante oscuro. Ahí
long
se ve
process
bastante bien.
getting these set up in this
¿Ya hay
biome,
hielo
but,
arriba?
Over the edge.
yeah, these were a long.
¿Esto qué es? Esto. Esto porque hay tierra arriba, entonces. Porque en View 0 se nota no sé si es tierra o hielo, pero hielo no creo hielo. Acá creo que no hay hielo.
Process getting these set up in this biome, but worth it, I think.
I think it's like the right amount of balance. This is one of
Esa
those things
medusa
where, like,
se
is it a
ve, no
creature?
se
Is
ve
it a
bien,
plant?
parece un
What does it think
caño
about?
arrugado.
It's such a
No sé,
cool.
no lo veo.
Yeah, exactly.
muy bien.
What's this thing's agenda? I
Se
don't
ve
know.
muy-
Well, you can know though if you scan it.
I learned the
Ahí
terms
va a escanear el
missile
escaneo.
and motile, which is a fun way of saying life that moves and life that doesn't.
Yo escaneo
Yeah.
todo.
Our writer Seth educates me on a lot
No me
of
pierdo
stuff.
de ningún
I only
bicho.
knew
Ni...
sessile because that's what my dad said I was.
Me llama la
whenever I was
atención
playing video
que
games.
supuestamente se juega de a 4, pero ahí veo que llevas de a 3.
I feel like the research we've had to do to make this
Uno de
game
cada
is
lado
like
y
the
el
most
del
fun and
medio, y
rewarding
el
subject matter
cuarto,
research of any
¿dónde
game
va?
I've gotten to
Arriba.
work on.
Bueno,
Someday we're going to talk all about methane cleft rates.
ahí la noche está
exciting,
bastante
alright,
bien.
All right, we got any of those cool creatures down here?
Está bastante bien la noche, sí.
Pretty sure we can find a Jeticaris in one of these caves.
No me gusta la medusa. El caño
Oh yeah, we want
arrugado.
to go cave diving a little bit.
Eso, ¿dónde estás? ¿Arriba?
I'm
¿Abajo?
catching up to you guys with the work light.
Ah, estás arriba.
I'm portable light man.
Ese es- Ah, no,
Oh,
es
here we go.
otra.
We'll stop the glass.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
Oh, here's a
This
perfect
is-
little cave with this nice little light.
Creía que era una caja,
Wonder
pero
what's in
no.
there. You know what I need to do? I probably need to detach from my little light.
Yeah. I'm portable light man.
No, no
Oh,
es
here we
una
go.
caja, es un.
We'll stop the glass.
Yeah.
Es el coso
let's
que
take a look.
te empuja.
Oh, here's a perfect little cave with this nice little light. Wonder what's in there. You know what I need to do? I probably need to detach from my hull chassis into the regular tadpole. And now I can come with you.
Ah, mira.
Right. Chassis detached.
Ahí se recontra iluminado por las flores, ese.
Yeah, there's some silver and some copper in here, but I don't think there's Jetocaris. Or if there's, I know there's one of the caves in this area
Kind of tempted to take this copper.
that goes way deeper than you expect.
Yes, I think they're all connected too.
I'm putting the copper
Ah, eso.
in the hall.
reventa. los yacimientos
Yay.
grandes que hay.
Look at this guy. He's out here working. Oh yeah, I was like, what are you gonna do? The hull is gonna get stuck.
Yeah, I popped it off.
What up? Here, let me put this light on the back now, so I don't have to carry it anymore. There we go.
Perfect. Can you
Ahora
lead on?
yacimientos
Is it
grandes.
lighting up behind
En vez de haber una
Yeah,
piedra
it is,
solamente por ella.
100%.
Y con
Excellent.
eso
You're
reventada.
just now you're
Ahí
providing a
los
nice, really
FPS se
downward
fue al
light.
diablo ahí.
Yeah,
La
how did I
nave
do this?
va.
Oh yeah.
You're there, down here somewhere.
Hi, little guy. People are always saying how many crabs are in the
Yes.
game. Well, we got the big crab, we got the little coral crab, we got
Un
this
cangrejo.
guy. I love his eyeballs. They're so cute. I guess if you like crabs, I mean, some people might find this actually genuinely terrifying or horrifying, but I
Me
think they're
parece
pretty
que
cute.
no hace mal. No
And
hace
I love
nada.
that they have basically Iron Man boosters on all their limbs.
100%.
Dios, los FPS ahí del.
We're bringing the hauler. We gotta haul something.
Eso es cuarzo.
Exactly. I know Ryan and I are just
Teóricamente.
like,
A ver qué
oh, what
era.
are we doing? Right.
No vi
gathering
qué era.
stuff. Right.
Pero parecía que era cuarzo.
Alright, so I can go back into the signals menu.
Está
I
bueno
can
el
turn
escáner. Está bueno.
that
Eso
on
sí está
for
bueno.
other ones.
I do like that you can take the tadpole and drive it around.
Plata.
And leave
Era
the,
plata. eso.
the whole chassis behind, and I can fill it up while you're driving the tadpole.
Like you guys are loading it up. We could almost have multiple hulls, and it's just like a semi truck. Exactly.
And if we had a locker too, we could have then attached a locker to the base tadpole, filled that up too. Like you can end up.
Why, Anthony?
Claro, el otro es
Can't
más
you make one of
grande.
those with your
Y
base builder?
este es más pequeño.
Oh my gosh.
Se va a llevar los tres.
He said very not.
4, uno arriba. Uno arriba, dos
yeah.
al costado y el que está dentro
yes,
de la
I can.
cabina.
I actually really like that. We moved a
Ahora
lot of these
sí.
things to the base builder so you can do them out in the world without having to get lost in the menu too much.
Esas son cajas, viste, que te decía. Mira, las podés llevar
one of the
así
early
ahora las
playtesters
cajas.
referred to this as the sea
Mm.
purse.
Son cofres, mini
what I always
cofres,
think of
son
it now
cofres
as.
chicos.
Yeah. Yes, they were like, I don't want to take a sea purse with me everywhere I go. And I said, oh.
El
I love
inventario
taking this thing
crece
around.
después, ¿no?
I
El
think it's like
inventario
the best, one of the
tuyo
best improvements we
actualizando
did
las
to the original
cosas y
game
todo.
was making the portable
Mejorando.
locker. Actually, it like, well, originally it was just the floating locker, and then we made it the portable one, and I think that actually does a lot.
Nunca
for
llevé un
early
cofre así de
inventory
esa manera.
benefits.
I love how it comes back as a sort of an expandable storage for the vehicles as well on the hard points.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of that was one of our programmers, Adrian, who just insisted
Y el
on
oxígeno
making
nunca
these
se
things
gasta.
way
What the
cooler.
fuck?
And at first I was like, it's just the floating locker, who cares? You use it for like 10 minutes and you don't
Ahí
think
están
about it
las
again. He's
dos-
like, but what
las
if
dos
it became
unidades
a
que
thing
vamos a
that you liked
tener.
and you thought about it? And I was like, I guess that's smart too.
That was my first time trying to dock a temple
It's okay.
with something on its
What?
point.
Ah, hay
yeah.
coso de oxígeno, mira. Qué
I
bueno.
know, and look, now we have just too much stuff.
Eso está bueno.
I'm gonna leave this
Tener un coso de oxígeno
oxygenator here for
a
now.
mano. Los FPS del submarino
There
ese
we go.
chico.
There we go. Here, let me put this other locker on there.
Ah, mira vos. Está bueno.
This locker doesn't have anything in with it. Let me leave this stuff here. No one cares.
Daniel filled this thing up. Check out the trunk.
Lleva
I
el
know.
cofre
It's
al costado.
absurd. Daniel was like doing all this work, and all I'll do is benefit from it. Sounds like a normal day in the office. Thanks, Daniel.
See,
Lo está dejando
lovely
tirado.
Nibbler Mango over here. Andor 2, Andor 3. Getting the bus. Gonna die. What?
Actually, I'm gonna ride on the middle handle for a bit. Yeah,
Está bueno. Está
that's
bueno.
the
Está
real way
bueno.
to travel, without the comfort of a seat.
Let's see, we got some wreckage. Some real big jellies.
Oh yeah, these rocks, I made them.
Hay que aclarar que ya se ha anticipado, así que
The whole
estamos
focus
viendo
is
lo que vamos a
Drop this in
jugar.
here. There we go.
Va a faltar muchísimo,
Nice.
mucho
Well,
más.
actually, I should be honest. Akash made some rocks, and then I put a filter over them that gave them striations.
Ahí te está dando oxígeno.
I changed. It's transformative, so it's fair use. They're my rocks now.
Yeah, and No, yeah. Kosh basically made a block, a raw block, and you turned it into something beautiful. I
La
get it.
típica nave caída.
Oh, I wonder what that is down there.
Eso tenés
Yeah,
que
strange
hacerlo
thing
con el
was-
escáner.
Oh,
Guess they're just gonna have to find out some click on their own.
Cambiaron
Yeah,
los
some people were
símbolos también.
I know I put a shark over in this area, and some people were sad about that, but I think it's narratively important.
Es como que
the shark
está
is
igual,
narratively
Está
important.
igual. Hay que decir la verdad, está igual. Las
It
típicas
is,
naves
it is. You'll
caídas.
see when if you
Está
play
igual
and
que en
read
el
all the stuff,
1
you'll find out why.
y que
It's gonna-
el user.
Amazing. Oh, there it is.
Se ve
It's above us right
mejor, ¿no? Porque estamos 2026, ¿no?
Yeah, no, that shark, that's Gary.
now. That's Gary.
I don't know. Actually,
We're on Gary's turf now. We should do.
he henceforth.
Vamos a
he's now
encontrar
Gary.
Fauna y flora totalmente
This is the-
diferentes,
this is
sí,
the
eso es
new Gary
verdad.
Fish, yeah.
We're just cruising past these hammerheads that could completely blow us up, or each other. I think they're about to fight.
Yeah, they have one of the coolest creature-to-creature interactions.
¿Qué están
in the game.
peleando? What the?
And the fact that they don't like the vehicles, I think, is actually a pretty cool thing too. Maybe your arrival.
Eso está
Maybe, who
bueno,
knows?
encontrar toda
Maybe you
la
just look
fauna y
really
flora
nice to them.
diferente.
It's like, am I interesting or delicious? Unclear.
We've had multiplayer going since some of the early days of
Igual-
the project, but it's still so fun when I just see people.
En el juego tenés que subir y
driving
bajar
about
continuamente
and stuff
a tomar
like that. It's
aire
just
porque
so different.
marcha.
And it takes a
Si
lot
no
of the-
tenés
the edge off when I play these games.
uno de estos submarinos, marcha. Tampoco parece que tienen
It's nice and
infinito
There's a
aire
huge
infinito.
current down here.
Porque tampoco no se ve que tengan.
I guess that's why Daniel works so hard, because otherwise he's just getting a free ride the whole time. I'm out here getting my
Eso es
cardio.
nuevo, eso está
Yeah, I
bueno.
do that when I'm
más
hitchhiking. I just
rápido.
offer to fill their trunk with rocks. People don't like it, but in Subnautica 2, it's a viable strategy.
Yeah,
Eso está bueno,
Oh man,
eso-
yeah. Someone that's willing to come into the game and just add rocks to the pile. You're pretty much the best.
Ah, mira, igual que Bowser.
All right. Well, I
Tiene
feel like we
unas,
gave
unas
people a good
plantas
look
ahí.
at the
Acá parece que
vehicles
una
and
planta te tira
some of
un.
the early parts of the game. There's definitely some new stuff in there for people that haven't been paying too close attention to. So, some new creatures, and you got to see the haul rig. Did you guys have anything else that you wanted to say before we close this out?
Not so much. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Excited to see everybody else's adventures.
Es una demo, por
Yeah.
eso están probando el
We
juego.
appreciate you
Espero que no se
hanging
vea
out
la
with us.
nave sí
Alright.
con
Well, we can't wait to see you what you do when you go on your
cuadriculada,
own.
con los FPS
So-
cuadriculados.
Go out there, play the game, and tell us what you think.
That was a pretty good demo. I love it when the devs get to
Era
play
una demo que
together, 'cause
probaron
it's,
ellos, ¿no? Los
it's kind of on
diseñadores.
the cusp of like they know the game so well, but also are just fans at their hearts as well. So they kind of do some of the same stuff that like just the fans would do.
Yeah, it's like, why make something that you're not like all the way into? It's just great to see their creativity and passion come out like that. It's also great to see the tadpole in action.
I love the tadpole. I'm also very excited. I know they touched on it a little bit in the interview as well, but like all the things that all the potential that it has for things that it could do. So I just, there's so much. We're like really excited for like when the tadpole is out there and people are actually just playing the game and moving through the world, like thinking about the possibilities of what it could become and what else it could do. And so I'm really excited to see what the community asks for, because I think there's such a real possibility that they'll ask for something that like never even entered our minds.
It's cool with the community there too, and also like Subnautica is just a really big sandbox. So what we've seen so
Sí, hay
far is that
Una
you guys
torta
have
de
given us
mod
a lot of
para Subnautica.
neat tools to work with.
Speaking of neat tools, we are actually going to bring in some more of the devs, and they are going to talk a little bit about base building.
Construcción de
So
bases.
we will go ahead and we will switch over, bring those guys in, and get chatting to them. Okay, hi, welcome back, Anthony,
Bueno.
and welcome
Ingeniera,
Carolyn
ingeniera.
and Sam. Carolyn, Sam, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, hi, I'm Carolyn, engineer. I mostly worked on bases on SM2.
Esta es la que creó la...
I'm Sam, also an engineer. I'm working on animation at the moment, but I've worked on a bit of everything so far.
la parte de
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you
animación de
guys.
la,
Thanks
para
for
hacer las
joining us.
bases y
We
la
have a
otra
couple
la que hizo la
questions
base.
for all of you guys. And also, Anthony, would you like to introduce yourself for a second time?
Y bueno, y el jefe.
Game design lead. I help out with all the sort of creative development of the game. So like any team, we do early ideation on regions and stuff like that. That's the work that I do.
An animation at the moment, but I've worked on a bit of everything so far.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you guys. Thanks for joining us. We have a couple questions for all of you guys. And also, Anthony, would you like to introduce yourself for a second time?
Game design lead. I help out with all the sort of
tomando
creative
mate,
development of the
¿no? ¿Qué
game.
era
So
que estaba
like any
tomando?
team, we do early ideation on regions and stuff like that.
Un
That's the work
sorbito
that I
era.
do. And we try and figure out the next resources we're going to do. Like I said before, if there's a problem with the game, you can blame me. And then just pour it all out this way. And I'll do what I can to make it better.
Well, thank you so much.
Amazing. Obviously, Subnautica 2 is introducing co-op for the first time.
No, el de lente,
it has
no
not
sé qué
been
tal.
in any of the previous games. But the previous games were also known for its kind of solitude. How did you approach adding multiplayer with that in mind?
Ooh, so we knew we needed to do multiplayer because we looked at like the Nitrox mod and stuff like that, and Nitrox had like 750,000 downloads or something. You were like,
El
okay,
mod
this
que
is a
de
feature
multiplayer para
really care about.
Subnautica.
You know, and not to mention when it comes to survival games,
750,000 descargas.
you know, co-op is kind of par for the
Ellos
course. I
vieron
think
el
the
mod
most
que
successful games in
crearon
the
los-
genre
la
have the
comunidad.
option of co-op. And so, to me, I looked at the experiences that I found the most inspiring that I think accomplished both of those things. And one of them for me was The Forest and Sons of the Forest. I think those are great games. Raft also does this as well.
Raf también hace eso también. Raf
where
no me
They
gustan los
make the
gráficos de
game
Raf.
and they say, we're making the game.
Raf
and it's a
es
solo
supervivencia
experience. And
también
then
en
if
el
you wanna
agua,
bring
pero
along
arriba,
friends, you can choose to bring along friends. And I think that's
en una
the,
balsa.
you know, the little slogan that I started saying
No me
to the
gustan los
team
gráficos.
was that it's not a co-op Subnautica, it's Subnautica with co-op, which I think is an important distinction. Because if we were making a co-op Subnautica, we'd be making a bunch of mechanics that were like,
Tipo que
we'll turn the levers together.
la experiencia es
you know,
impresionante.
the only way we can get through this tunnel is to like pull each other back and forth through the current or something. You know, there are great games like It Takes Two and stuff like that that are amazing co-op games. And that's not what we wanted to do.
Tal vez no
to
va a
make sure that we
comparar
still had
con
the sense of
Subnautica, que
isolation,
Subnautica, como repito,
I think
¿no?
that's why we
Es
provided
el juego,
the option to play completely
único
by
juego
yourself.
que hay
And if you're someone that's
bajo el
really
agua,
worried about
que haces base
isolation,
bajo el
I think
agua
it's
y,
best to do your
y
first run by
explorás
yourself and
todo
then invite your friends later.
un mundo, ¿no?
I think that's a totally valid way to play.
Mm.
Or run two saves at the same time. But the other is that we don't leash players. And I think that makes a big difference. You know, there are a lot of co-op games that would leash people to keep them sort of bound to each other the whole time because of like performance, other reasons. We let players freely swim wherever you want. And it's really easy even when you're in co-op to end up, even though we're in a server, that we could end up really
RTS.
spread apart and you'll experience something that'll be unique to you.
Esto
because
no
I'm
es un
not there.
RTS, esto
I
es un
think so you still get
supervivencia.
those moments that feel isolated enough.
Do we know the limit of how many people can play at one time?
4 is our
Es
game limit.
supervivencia
I think
pura.
personally, it's interesting with multiplayer. I think sometimes multiplayer
Hay
is
otro,
scarier, I
pero
guess,
no,
you know,
no haces base.
when you were together and then suddenly you're like, oh, where did they go? Well, like what happened? I have had some of those moments like playtesting, I think, where we're like, okay, we're gonna do this together. And then it's like, oh, no, where did you go? I'm gonna have to do this by myself now. I just think multiplayer is great for base building. I think it's fun when you're trying to do kind of a group project. Like, oh, there's a whole new room here. That's kind of something that I guess very different from Subnautica 1. No one's changing your base or wrecking all your work.
Yeah, I think I was originally very much one of those like single player first people, but in the kind of process of testing things, filming footage for devlogs and similar, it kind of converted me. Seeing, you know, your friends get eaten is a very different experience to just getting eaten yourself. So yeah, I think I've been converted there.
Oh, I also want to say, I feel like I finally understand the scale of everything because of multiplayer. Because you see how big like a player character is. Before in SN1, I was like, I don't know, and then when you actually look at those comparisons, size comparisons, I was like, oh, that's like huge.
That's a really good point.
Sí,
to bring
acá
up.
la
I
imaginación se te
didn't think
va al
about that,
diablo,
actually.
¿no?
I mean,
Porque
the fear of seeing your friend eaten
acá vas a tener
or
más
being tracked by
personalización.
something, and then just not being able to help them is a full other fear that you can really dive into, as well as really having a frame of reference for the scale of everything else. Because all you have are, well, that's a big rock, I guess, or like that's a really small fish. That's really cool. I'm glad you brought that up. There's the solitude of Subnautica seems to come back with Subnautica 2, and then there's a whole new experience you'd like to do co-op. So I do have a follow-up question with this. Because Subnautica 2 is entering and releasing in early access, right? What are the sort of most important foundations that you are sort of sticking to and laying down right from the start, so then as the game builds even more, it can do so properly?
Well, we have, you talk about foundation, I think we express it through like gameplay pillars is how we do it. The most important pillar for us, you know, sometimes when people talk about Subnautica, they call it a survival game for shorthand, and I think Subnautica is a survival game. You can't argue that because it has like food and water and stuff. But I think primarily, for most people, Subnautica
Hay
is
gente que dice que
exploration,
el Subnautica no
and
es
that's the
supervivencia.
foundation
Ahí
that
te lo está
everything's built
aclarando que es supervivencia.
on
Pura.
first, is that we try and make the exploration in the world
Exploración del
and
mundo
that's
bajo el
really
agua.
everything. And then once we have that, survival mechanics, all that, everything else, that's the sort of background noise that helps you drive you through the exploration. So the foundation we're laying is trying to make a world that has enough narrative and progression support to make it worthy of exploration. And I think we've done that in spades. You know, I can confidently say that this version of Subnautica is by far the most ambitious early access launch that the studio's ever done, and should
Está diciendo que Subnautica 2 va a ser muy ambicioso,
from
va
what
a
I've
haber
seen,
mucha
much
cosa.
more content than I think a lot of people will expect for a first early access launch.
Te vas a emprender la
Good to hear.
gente
I'm really
de acceso anticipado. Esto siempre igual, te dicen todo y
Yeah, I
después...
guess I can add some to the technical side of that. So obviously it's really important for us to have a really strong technical foundation going into early access. But I think the most important thing is we've tried not to lock ourselves into a specific implementation for anything. So no matter what the community feedback is, we're prepared to kind of pivot and change features. At least the things that I've worked on, I've tried to make everything as customizable as possible for the designers, so that if there is feedback, we don't need to wait on an engineer to change the code for something. We can just change something up, push it out to the community, see what they think. So for me, the technical side is getting a really strong, flexible foundation there, and then we can build on that with new features and feedback from the community.
Se dedicaron mucho a la base,
It's
que
interesting
esté muy bien
because
hecho.
it's basically a tool, right? And
Para
so
este acceso
part of us, I
anticipado.
think, is just waiting to get the game out so that we can see what people actually want to build. You know, like we have all these toys that you can play with, but we like are only a few people, so we're never going to be able to cover everything, all the creativity in the player base. So I think early access is a huge part of that, because once we see what people are really drawn to, what they want to make, I think that will really guide the direction there.
Ya la decoración.
Gotcha.
Era de
I
menos.
do have one more here.
Para mí, gusto.
With the, what Sam brought up with feedback, once you release this, there's so much. There's a lot of content that's going to be made. A lot of people talking about it. What is that process like of distilling all of that down into real constructive feedback, so then you can actually add or subtract to the game based on what people are saying about it?
I actually feel like that's a question that's probably best suited for Danya, honestly, to answer, because I feel like I'll be getting.
Let me interview you too.
Well, I feel like I'll be getting a lot of that delivered from Danya, and then Danya will help filter a lot of that for us, which is the great thing.
Yeah, I think a huge part of it is being able to be present in all of the different places that the community lives. Like the community, it's not just going to just be content on like channels like YouTube or Bilibili or Twitch or wherever people decide to put that out. We're also going to have people in Discord. There are so many multitudes of like social channels now, and the community all decides that they want to live in different places. And so a lot of it is just being able to be present in all of them, monitoring it, and like looking for like patterns. Like so much of what I do is like pattern recognition, like trying to see what's the commonality across all of these places that people are talking about and being able to bring that in. A huge part of my job is basically then digesting that down for the rest of the team into what the community is saying, what that means, and then
La community manager, que es la que se encarga de todas las redes sociales y ver qué es lo que quiere la comunidad, ¿no? En el futuro para Subnautica 2. Pero tiene que ver todo lo que pide la gente, porque igual la gente quiere, no sé, Iron Man abajo del agua.
And I'm sure that there's probably a lot of other community managers out there. It is probably one of the most difficult parts of our job, is being able to just do the monitoring, especially at scale, but being able to see ultimately, like when it gets down to it, when all of this stuff like comes out into an update and you see, wow, that really came from the community and moved all the way through and is now out in an update. Like, it's genuinely one of the most rewarding parts of my job, is just seeing that make it all the way through from like point A to point B. So yeah, it's not easy, but it is extremely rewarding.
I mean, yeah, I can't even imagine. Thank you so much for answering that, Danya. I appreciate that a lot, and thank you for the work you're doing with Subnautica too.
I think as an individual developer as well, it's important that if we are interacting in the community, which is something I enjoyed doing, that we don't just find some feedback one person has said and go and act on that. It's about recognizing that what you're seeing in the community is just a small set of it, and trusting people like Donya to give you a broader view of the community. So I can interact with the community, but I'm not going to take something one person suggested, go code it up, and find out it's actually not what the community as a whole wants.
Yeah, I think treating every person in the community as a data point, which is not to say that they're just data, but I mean the sense that, like, if Viewpoint Crow came to me and said, hey, I'm having this one issue, I would be like, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to necessarily address it off of a single person's thing, but I will note that, and then that way if I go to Danya and say, can you tell me if more people have been experiencing this thing? And then we can find out if it's actually like a broad sort of thing versus like, you know, developing the game for any one person's tastes as well. Like, we don't do that for any person on the team either. No one person on the team, we don't develop it for their tastes. We try and really put ourselves in the mindset of what people are going to want broadly.
Sí, para la gente que pide cualquier cosa igual, ¿eh? Hay gente que pide concentrarse en las cosas, no en cosas insólitas.
Demo coming up. I know we talked a tiny bit about base building, and that is what our next demo is going to be about, but it's so hugely improved on the previous two games. So what is something about it that you just absolutely love the most, based on like where it's come and where it's developed from, like Subnautica?
Sí, parece que ahí sí, en la parte de construcción, sí hay una...
It's a challenging thing for me to answer,
un
because
cambio
I'm usually like the most Spartan of base builders. I build like one room, like a studio apartment, and do nothing with it. But the nice thing about co-op is that one thing I love playing co-op is that I can just dump all my stuff into a locker, and then someone else will make it beautiful for me. And the base building feature that I think supports that the most is the sculptural stuff specifically for me with windows. Because in the last interview we did with Daniel, you saw when Daniel was talking about how now lighting comes in naturally through all the windows and stuff like that. And I think the way that people can make tiny little windows or little thin segments and columns, like, it all actually creates a lot of character to the base with the feeling of it and the lighting in a way that I don't think we had before.
Yeah, I think for me, like, when I first played Subnautica, I kind of just got super distracted from the plot because I just wanted to build my base more. So it was really great working on base building in SN2, and I think the main difference, I think, is just so much more range in what you can do. You know, we have interior walls, we have, yeah, like Anthony mentioned, all these cool window shapes. We just have like so much more customization, I think. So I feel like every time I go in and play test, I'm making something completely different. And then you see like things that other people are making and you're like, oh, okay, I want to add that to my base. And just like being able to have that range is, I think, really great because, you know, I also have friends, I think, who are much more minimal base builders, and in our friends and family play test, you know, they're like, oh, this is great. I can make the smallest base possible. And I'm like, yeah, that's really cool, actually. Like, fit it into this really tiny rectangle. Like, that's impressive. So just having all that range, I think, is really great.
Yeah, for me, I was never much of a base builder in Subnautica, but I think that the flexibility and how powerful our base building tools are now makes me kind of swim around the map, and when I see things, I'm like, oh, I could put a great base here, or what if I wrap like a room around this object? I'm always thinking, what can I do with the base system now? And I don't know what it is about it, but it just draws me to use it where I didn't in the previous games.
I pretty much relate to the studio apartment that Anthony said. So I'm excited to see how I can really build that out a little bit more. I'm also wondering, just as a follow-up here, I know in like Subnautica Below Zero, a lot of people actually really liked the moon pool. Like that was such a cool base object to add. Are there anything that you can say that is added in Subnautica 2 that you're really looking forward to people exploring?
You mean, well, in terms of base building, I think it's seeing the degree to which we can continue to add what we call sculptural base building. You know, it's the stuff you see where we extrude things, right? From the world, you can extrude the walls and stuff. And originally we were thinking, oh, this is a tool for building walls. That was the extent we thought of it. Then people like Carolyn and the other people working on the feature were like, what if we let you do this with like a couch? What if we let you do this with like a spot to do farming and stuff like that? Like features that we know we're going to work on in the future. We started thinking about how we could make it to where now you could extrude these and make it different shapes and different sizes in a much more dynamic way that meant we didn't just make one prop and call it a day. And I think the stuff that lets people do that more in creative mode, I think we're going to see people that make bases. I already know for a fact because I've seen people play around and make bases that I was like, I didn't even know we could do it that well. It looks so cool. Like, you know, like where I'm like, I tried. It's like the difference between me playing with Legos and like a Lego Master Builder, right? And you're like, oh, I guess, you know, what I should just put it down, right?
Ah, bueno.
And you like people can already accomplish amazing things.
Para cosechar también
A
está
fun thing,
personalizado
with the new
ahora.
system, like even though we don't have all of the base building features we had in some of the previous games, it's like because the system is so flexible, you can kind of make your own version already. Like you can make an aquarium like just by enclosing a space. Like we don't have aquariums, we want them, but you can already kind of make one. So just that level of freedom.
Yeah, I think I won't spoil anything, but I think Moonpool fans will enjoy Subnautica 2 for sure.
That's pretty accurate. I'd actually say that we probably have one of our base building master builders here right now as well. I would call Carolyn one of our like master builders for all of that stuff. And so with that in mind, we're gonna jump into the next demo. So Carolyn is and obviously Anthony and Sam as well, but we're gonna show off what base building can do in this demo. So we're just gonna jump right across to that. So thank you everyone for taking the time to answer the questions.
It's time
La
to do that
demo de
gameplay
cómo crear
demo
base.
of bases. I'm Anthony. I'm joined by Carolyn and Sam. Me and Sam didn't work on the feature, but Carolyn did, and we're here to build some
Algunos decían que
bases.
era un láser de defensa, pero para mí es
We got
energía. A ver.
our starting
se ve bien.
starting section we built before we started the stream, but we'll kind of show you what you can do with it. I'm not.
Eso
much of a base
es
builder.
energía, está sacando
Carolyn
energía
is much
de
more
algún
so.
lado.
I'm not either, but I've figured out a couple of cool things I can build.
No sé.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix up this monstrosity.
I am sorry.
Still a
We're sorry. We
monstrosity.
did our best. We're like kids playing with Legos, and then you get to be like the
Like,
mom who comes in
come
and
on,
says, "Oh,
guys.
honey, no."
Follow the
Nah,
instructions.
yeah. I know. Yeah, it has no windows. We're like, this is fine, right? We don't need natural light.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I'm just topping off this observation tower with these half-round rooms. Not sure. Oh yeah, okay, somebody added a ladder. Nice.
I didn't even realize the half-round rooms could connect into one full rounded room like that.
Yeah.
That's just not remember.
We can everything.
Ahí va, está
everything
sacando
all works,
energía.
you know? It's magic.
Está trayendo energía de
Wow.
como el...
So,
I'm thinking we need.
Ah, mira,
we should
podés poner en
put a
cualquier lado donde
moon
querés
pool
vos.
here for our tadpole.
Qué bueno.
all right, let me come down so I can see.
We need some furniture. That's the most important part.
Yeah, you gotta set that. That place is like our vibe spot. You gotta put like
La
a rug and
escalera es
stuff
manual,
down.
todo
Like
manual.
like a
No
breakfast
pasa de
nook
pantalla
in
a
an
otra.
observation tower.
See, yeah, but like we can have that side, but then we need like the feeling side.
Wow, hay una
So
puta
do
de
we each get
cosa.
a floor as our room?
Ah, ahí está.
Oh, this is.
That's an interesting way of doing it.
Ah, esa es la decoración, esto está bueno, pero
I usually make like the entrance area, the utility
Keep going.
spot, so everything's just accessible.
That makes sense to me.
no vi que era.
Entrance area. I usually make like the entrance area, the
Un
utility
procesador.
spot, so everything's just accessible.
That makes sense to me. I'm setting up my yoga spot upstairs.
La luz manual
Some,
también, puedes
mood
poner tu
lighting
luz
in your
manual.
yoga spot.
You can make like a super zen setup if you just put some moon
Hay varios
pools.
tipos de luces.
Where is your yoga
Tubo de luz.
spot?
Oh, the very top.
Oh man, okay. I don't know if...
Está
oh,
bueno.
that's cute. Love this.
This is where I come and, you know, get my vibes going.
I want to do
Mira
let's
qué hizo.
see, like a water feature this floor.
No sé qué carajo.
'Cause you can make like smaller moon pools basically. If there's enough space on the ground.
Ah, yeah. This first floor area has a lot of kind of. This is very
Ah,
utilitarian.
dejen
So this is
mostrar a ver
where
qué tan
it's about the
grandes son los
extent I ever get to.
casilleros. Eso.
I get to this point and I was like, that was it. There's my base.
Y ahí en los casilleros guardan las cosas.
I tend to spend a really long
This
time
is-
doing stuff on the outside of
qué
the
bueno.
base and forgetting to put anything inside
Qué
it.
bueno.
But it looks really cool.
Pero hay de
When
todo
you're
en esta
swimming up
demo.
to it.
Yeah, and then you get inside and it's just empty.
Planta termal. Esa es la que están sacando energía. Alguien decía defensa para cualquiera en el YouTube. Sacan energía. Eso es cita igual. Termática.
Do this little. Get some lights in here.
Voy a poner un poco de luz adentro. O sea,
Man, I literally never would have thought to put a moon pool on an upper portion of a base like
puedes
this. Yes.
hacer una piscina para entrar
Ah,
directo.
that's cool.
Welcome aboard.
Do you know we can rotate our lights too?
I kind of did, but maybe not to that degree. This is all the stuff that I almost.
Ya lo bastan tan
Maybe-
rápido que me voy a ver la que tenía. A ver. Fabricador, procesador, biolaboratorio, estación de modificación y casilleros y los armarios. Se ven diferentes, pero es igual. O sea, el diseño diferente, pero es igual. Wall rack. Eso. Acá tenemos para decorar.
I kinda did, but maybe not to
Portal, locker portable. Expansión del locker. Mira. Tiene 3 expansiones. 4 expansiones. No, Power Cell. 3 expansiones al locker portable. Que lo lleva con el submarino. Después, oxígeno portable. Eso está muy bueno porque si no tenés que entrar y subir, salir y entrar al submarino. Después sí, parece un locker de energía, pilas de energía.
I kinda did, but maybe not to that degree.
Ahí tenemos los paneles solares comunes, después la planta térmica, las turbinas manuales, power, transmisor de energía, luces exteriores, auxiliar, lámpara auxiliar, no sé de qué, duple solar panel de duple solar. No tenés la biomasa acá todavía. O sea, es casi bueno los paneles solares, después la planta térmica, que es por eso esos cosos que parece un láser y no es defensa, es el coso que trae la energía térmica de los volcanes. Procesador biolaboratorio, eso sí debe estar interesante porque algo.
This is all the stuff that I always forget to do. What about these soft lights?
Oh yeah.
Igual se ve
Not
oscuro,
in
yo
the
pongo 2 luces arriba y ya
vibey
está.
spot. Let me see if I can.
¿Qué es eso?
If you like do the moon pull in a certain way, you can get like a little floating platform. I'm not sure if that still works. Let's see.
Ah, mira,
You know all
puedes
the
tapar.
hacks.
Yeah. Wow, this is kind of cool too. You can just do a little like plant area.
Sus decoraciones.
Decorative.
Welcome aboard.
Eso te bride.
I know we're everyone. We keep. I can tell we keep zoning out. That's the one thing
Vidrio,
about base
te
building
pide
is
vidrio,
sometimes
te
you just
pide.
end up
Yeah, absorb.
spacing out in the work.
I
Suena
was
ahí,
just
pon
focused
una
on
luz.
building windows. I forgot that we're meant to be talking.
I mean, I think that's a good sign though.
El constructor también está
usually,
bueno también.
When you're watching someone play the game and they just lose themselves. in the
Ahí
work.
se ve de
I
noche.
think base building is
Pelado.
very much one of those features
Se ve
that
lindo.
I usually call an oh no feature.
Se ve lindo,
And
se ve
what I
lindo.
mean by that is like when you play
Ahí se
Civilization
ve de
and you're
noche.
like, oh no, it's 2
salado.
a.m.
Just one more build, just one more room.
Está bueno, está personalizado. Las luces las puedes poner en los vidrios también.
It is cool
y
watching
eso
people
está
build
bueno.
from the outside. And
Está
seeing, oh man,
muy bueno el
that's where
tema de
we
la
got
construcción
some
de
fun
base. Muy personalizado.
the windows really make a
No
big
hay
difference. The fact
límite.
that you can shape them and not just have them be one stock shape.
Oh, we're out of power. I'm going to put some more solar panels on the roof.
Panel solar.
I wondered why all the lights.
¿Dónde
were
voy a
off.
poner?
Some window dots in.
¿Qué es eso?
One of the things I've heard
Eso
from
lo
people that have
diferente
looked at the
tipo
early
de,
base building be like, oh, I don't know if I like it. was they were like, all
de
the bases
ventanas que
look-
puedes hacer.
They're just like boxes, but then I feel like that's only if you don't spend the time to kind of make them
Puedes
sort
hacer
of
una
prettier.
torta de
Only
diseño,
if you
¿eh?
build boxes.
Well, yeah, but you can also spend the time to put like the greebles and stuff on the exterior, with like the exterior decor stuff that we have. and it's like it doesn't necessarily do anything, but I think it can like plus the sort of like technical look of the base.
Yeah, I'm sure it will look a lot better when
Not
people
attacking.
are placing these things with kind of intention rather
This
than
is-
just slapping them on the side of a room.
¿Qué carajo era
Tension.
eso?
I'm sure it will look a lot better.
Of the base.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Panel. Para reforzar. Muro de panel.
Look a lot
Panel
better
de
when
muro.
people are placing these things with kind of intention rather than just slapping them on
Titanio
the
te
side
pide.
of a
Ahí sí no te
room.
pide nada.
And exterior lighting and stuff like that helps too.
Oh, the spotlights are great on the.
Es
on the
increíble.
exterior.
Yes. So when you're coming up to a base at night with the spotlights going, it's pretty awesome.
Se ve muy bien.
The
Ahí
corridor
se
base
ve
you built
muy
there.
lindo. Ahí se ve muy realista. Ahí. Con las luces ahí. Y de noche, la noche se ve. Yo me estaba quejando, pero acá se ve muy bien, Se ve muy bien las luces realistas, bien de película.
Yeah, we can go to Corridor Town sometime.
La verdad,
Oh, we've got some
muy
plants on the
bueno.
roof now. Lovely.
Yeah, the grow beds being able to be built on bases, I feel like is such a cool addition from the farms that you just built in the dirt of Subnautica.
Put a little spotlight in the corner there behind the plant.
También vi que se puede personalizar
nice.
los jardines para...
Yeah, I guess one thing to call out, you can also
Para
place
comer.
plants now, like using the builder tool instead of before we had this kind of grid inventory system.
Puedes poner
which
las
I
plantas
like 'cause I
que,
get to rotate them and
que,
do
que iluminan.
Well, and also we'd kind of talked that someday we want to add in things like non-cultivatable stuff, but like the
O son
equivalent of like
plantas
garden
para
gnomes and rocks,
crear
so you can
productos.
compose like a proper garden.
La flora,
But yeah,
esa flora ilumina.
I already think I had no idea you could put a grow bed on a grow bed. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was like originally a bug in one of our playtests, and we were like, just make it a real feature.
Veo que están
So
atacando
cool.
ahí.
Yeah, that already feels more like a garden than, you know, the singular sort of tree pot plants of Subnautica.
Oh, we had the same idea to light it.
¿Qué es eso?
Yeah, let's just put like 18 lights on it until our retinas are burned.
¿Qué carajo era eso?
I don't know if you can still do it, but that was the thing where it just like you could have crazy amounts of lights.
Yeah. I mean, you can still build a lot of lights. I say do so at your, but think of your poor PC at some point.
Welcome
Do you
aboard.
know we also have like custom grow bed shapes for on top of
Diablos.
corridors?
Pero es impresionante la cantidad de...
No. I've only ever
de
tried to build them on top
personalización
of
que-
roofs. That's awesome.
I didn't know you could build them on corridors.
Yeah. And it's cool that you can extend them out dynamically.
Yeah.
That is
That's cool.
so much more elaborate than I thought it would be.
Fits so nicely with the rails on the side as well.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to Corridor Town now that I know this.
You're gonna cover it with plants. Oh yeah, wait, that's pretty cool. Like surrounded.
We'll come invade your corridor.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Don't come through the entrance yet until I'm ready.
Are you making a maze?
Okay, yeah, now you can come in.
Oh man.
Pero ya creo. Eso está bueno.
Oh wow, very nice. Have you been expecting me?
En medio del camino.
That's my favorite chair in the game because they gave it that pose. I think it's so good.
Está buena la
The-
iluminación.
yeah, so
La
good.
iluminación está muy buena
Oh
también.
man. One thing I realized we haven't made yet is like interior walls. I like to f with people by just like making mazes inside of.
Yeah, you can definitely mix it up.
Let's see. Last minute.
But yeah, I mostly put a loop around just because I think it's cool that you can enclose things properly if you want, which I know is like an old feature. People used to trap leviathans and stuff.
Hice un
I'll
modo
be curious to see
decoración
what
ahí.
people kind of dream up of being able to do with it. But just the fact that you can put all these windows and stuff now in the corridors just makes them feel like they have so much more like utility for beauty and stuff too. Look at our majestic tower. It's like a Project
marca la
Planet's nightmare
centrada
over
ahí.
there though. Every floor is different sizes. The windows don't match.
It's art, okay? It's art.
I like it. It's uniquely ours.
Ah, esos son.
Yeah.
Ah, entra a ver cuánto tenés, Paz. Ah, no, es puerta interna. Muro, pared interna. Ah, mira, puedes poner puerta.
What's
Oh.
as someone that worked on it, Carolyn, what's your favorite part of base building? Like, what's
Una
the feature
torta
that
de
you feel like
decoraciones.
excited you the most?
I mean, I guess most of the time I say windows. Just because, I don't know, they just look so good. Yeah. And like, you can, I don't know, like, especially combined with all of the fancy lighting, like, it just, you know, it feels like you can just make a window shape and then you get these crazy, like, pretty shadows. It's like very low effort, I guess, compared to, like, it feels like you just make a tiny decision and it just looks totally different.
And the fact that they let in light is a
Es
cool and
armar.
like real
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
It makes it the big difference. I know that you're not
La
as much
torta
of
de
a base
cuarzo
builder,
tenés que
Sam,
buscar.
as you're more like me, but what about you? What's your favorite sort
Va
of
a
part
ser
of that?
vidrio. Eso quedó medio en el medio de la nada. No puedes
Well,
pasar.
first I have to ask who trapped me in with jars.
That was me. I was like, Sam left himself open for an opportunity. I'm taking it.
I was building a nice shrine
A
to
luces
this
que bueno que están.
cat poster.
I know, man. I can't help myself. You had your back turned, and I had the jars open, and I was like, it's now or never.
I think for me it's the lights. The lighting in the game's so nice as it is. It's really nice to be able to just place lights and see what kind of the lighting engine does. Especially at night when you've got like this dome thing surrounded,
Muy bueno,
blasting
Nachi.
lights at it, watching the creatures do their thing. So I guess for me it's the interaction with the bases with everything else
es eso?
rather than just the bases themselves.
Yeah. I think ultimately the base building system already is so robust that the things that people do continue to surprise me with it. You know, when I first started using it, I was like, well, this is cool, but I think all you're going to do is build big flat square rooms. And like, clearly that's not the case. It just took
En el
someone that was more
constructor,
creative about base building than me to actually take a look
Está
at it
bueno.
and see what you could do. And I think the sort of fun exploits that players end up doing in creative and regular mode, I think will be really cool. And clearly you can build big elaborate bases all spaced out kind of crazy. But, you know, some people I know are like, oh, is there going to be enough space in multiplayer for us all to have our own
Yeah,
bases? I
okay.
think the answer is pretty much yes. We're doing multiple bases in a really small part of the world. So,
I mean, I don't think anyone on the dev team has spent, 20, 30 hours building a single base yet, like some of the players are.
I look forward to the YouTube videos of the person that's like, I built a 8-kilometer single corridor base. Like, you go.
I can't wait to see all the time lapses of
Corredor
people
8
building the bases,
kilómetros
filming it
largo.
with another player, making elaborate bases that are all in
Sí, hay
interconnected
bastante espacio ahí,
corridors.
por ejemplo, para hacer la base
Sounds
bien,
great.
bien hecha.
We annoyed Carolyn to the point where she had to build her own secret base that was separate from our madness, which I understand. But that's the power of this. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, everybody. We appreciate it, and we hope that you build a lot of interesting creations and share them with us.
Yeah,
Eh,
all of that sounds
muy bueno.
incredibly fun. Like I
La
love
verdad
how they
que
talked about the elongating
Está
tool, where
impresionante
you
la
can
parte de
elongate,
construcción
the
de base, está
farms. You can put
muy buena.
windows
Hay una diferencia
everywhere,
abismal.
like with the lighting, that's going to be great with the engine. And then also, like, hey, moon pool fans out there, right? We're gonna have the moon pool for the pool moon pool. You know what it is, right? It's up to your imagination on anything that you could build in Subnautica 2. It seems like you're only limited by that. But there is something that you will be able to get physically, right? Isn't that right, Danya?
Oh, yes. So we have worked with Microsoft on something incredibly cool. We have these awesome custom controllers that are Subnautica themed, and we are going to be able to give away some of them to the community. So on screen, you should be able to see what they look like and also be able to see where you can go to enter to potentially
No hay como
win
hacer
one.
el mouse y el
So,
teclado.
Use the instructions on screen, or there will probably be a link in chat or a prompt that you can put in, like a command that you can put in to get everything. Follow the instructions once you get on the landing page for how to enter, and good luck, because these are very limited supply, so not very many people are going to get their hands on these. So I really sincerely hope that you love these as much as we loved working with Microsoft to basically bring them to life.
They look really cool. They look really cool.
Next up, we're actually going to play a little game. Nothing too crazy. Just a simple little higher and lower game. We're going to bring some of the devs in, but here's the twist. We are also going to have you play. You're going to go up against the devs.
Oh, okay, so it's me versus the devs in... Okay, yeah, you know what? I don't know as much about Subnautica as they likely do. We'll see how that goes.
Let's say hello to the developers who have just joined us. So we'll start with Scott, then we'll go to Aaron, and then Artyom. Say hello and introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Scott McDonald, also known as Abraxas everywhere on the internet, and I am the creative media producer at Unknown Worlds, working on cool videos and trailers and stuff.
¿Qué hizo el trailer? Creador
I'm Aaron Billings. I am lead producer on the SN2 project,
Productor principal.
and as everybody knows, I have my love of unicorns.
And I'm Artyom. I'm a level designer. I'm working on the world of Subnautica 2.
Diseñador de niveles.
Amazing. So, this game is a simple higher or lower game. You're going to be asked a question, and in that question, it is going to ask you if something is higher, lower, bigger, smaller than the other thing. When you think you know the answer, you've got a buzzer. Buzz in. If you are the fastest person in, you get to answer. Feel free to give a little spiel or explanation for why you think it's the right answer. If you are correct, you get a point. If you are incorrect, the second fastest person will be able to steal your point, as long as they say the correct answer if they remember what you answered. So if that is all clear and you are all ready, we can move on and I can ask the first question.
I'm ready. I'm excited.
Read on.
It's going to be great.
Hey. Hands at the ready to buzz in. First question. In seconds, which item has the lowest runtime? The ion battery or the ultra high capacity oxygen tank? Scott is so fast. Scott is so fast. He buzzed in so quick. Okay, Scott, go ahead. What do you think the answer is?
I'm pretty sure it's the ultra high capacity tank because it has quite a few minutes worth of oxygen in it. So that's my answer. I think it's that one.
Ding ding ding, you are correct. It is the ultra high capacity oxygen tank.
Nice.
Sí, obvio,
how do
ese
you know
tanque
that? It's
hay que
been so
tenerlo.
long oh god.
No sé si lo vamos a tener
Testing
acá.
for many years.
It's not fair. He's literally in the Subnautica world. Like he's on. It's not. It's an unfair advantage. I call malarkey.
Okay, buzzers have been reset. We're moving on to the second question. So, is the maximum depth of the safe shallows higher or lower than 200 meters? Fastest this time was Aaron. Aaron, go for it.
Lava zone.
Pero la zona de lava es la última.
Was the maximum depth of the safe shallows higher or lower than 200 meters? It is higher. Incorrect. Which means Point Crow, who was second fastest, you get to steal this if you get it right.
There, you just get to steal it. I thought about it.
Could be any answer, honestly, but if I just had to guess out of all of the options, it's lower. I know this because whenever I was doing my Subnautica playthrough, I was really focusing in on that meter depth because I was terrified of going anywhere outside of the shallows.
Yep, you are right. The safe shallows is lower than 200 meters at its deepest point. It's about 100 meters max, give or take, with a little bit of aspect. Okay, resetting the buzzers, so you are ready to buzz in again. Which biome is at a lower depth? The lava lakes or the Lost River? Oh, Artyom got in so fast that...
Come on, Artie.
All right.
Artie was
So-
Los
quick
ríos.
off the draw.
I have to go with the lava lakes being deeper, and that's because lava hot and planet center hot.
I mean, that's a heck of an explanation, but you are also correct. Yes. So the lava lakes are around 1,300 meters, and then Lost River is between 525 and
No, está bien.
So, yeah, you are correct.
Artie, that
La
is
lava es
the
la que
best
está más
explanation as
abajo.
to why. That's the thing that matters.
It
Yeah,
makes sense.
explanation why.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that's exactly why they designed it like that as well. Like, that's...
Whoever designed it, you know, that one person that did.
Okay. Okay. Buzzers are reset. We're on to the next question. Is the length of a ghost leviathan higher or lower than the length of the Ponte di Rialto Bridge in Venice? Point Crow, you were the fastest this time.
Okay. All right. Hear me out. Hear me on this. All right. So there's the Ghost Leviathan. There's two of them. There's the one in the Lost River, which is small. It's actually like a baby Ghost Leviathan, if I remember. And then there's the giant Ghost Leviathan on the outer reaches, the out of bounds part of the map. And that one's huge. So you know, if you had to put that up against a bridge, it's clearly bigger than anything else. I mean, I've seen. I don't know, I'm a connoisseur of those
Sí,
videos.
viene
that
un
do the
leviatán.
comparisons
Si
of
te
each
salís del mapa,
Leviathan compared
viene un
to
leviatán
the player,
gigante.
and it keeps going, and then that Leviathan, the out of bounds Ghost Leviathan, is the biggest. And like, it's huge. Like, it has to be bigger than the bridge. I mean, think about like if you cut the Ghost Leviathan up into really small chunks, like the amount of sushi that you could create from its flesh could feed everybody on that bridge, crossing that bridge for at least 3 years. Easily Ghost Leviathan is bigger.
You are correct. And that is quite possibly the best explanation we're ever going to get for an end.
Thank you.
I do have a follow-up with that. So, Ghost
Yes.
Leviathan cut up into sushi with or without wasabi?
Oh, I mean, clearly without wasabi, right? Like you see like the actual environment of the Lost River. I feel like that gives it a special kind of a spice, a little umami flavor, the way it's raised. So I genuinely don't think that you need to add anything to it. It really just melts in the mouth when you taste it. Next question, please.
No further.
Next question.
Yeah.
Buzzers reset. Which number is higher, the code for the captain's quarters or the code for cargo bay? Artyom got in first.
So, I'm pretty sure which number is higher would be the one for the captain's quarters. And that's because since the captain's quarters holds the end game items, it takes longer to force it. 1111, 1112. So it's got to be much farther than the earlier area.
You are correct. You are correct. The captain's quarters code is higher than cargo bay. Captain's quarters is 2679. Cargo bay is 1454.
So I think, you know, Artie obviously is right, but I don't necessarily know if that explanation is valid.
I mean, the answer is right. The answer is right.
You have to get 2,600 different combinations before you get the right one. But there's probably somebody that's done that. You know, I don't doubt it, actually.
Yeah. No, definitely. Okay. Next question. Is the power capacity of a standard power cell higher or lower than 150 units? Aaron got in first. Aaron, what do you think?
I think it's higher just because I think it's higher.
I mean, that's an explanation. You are correct. It is at 200. So it is higher because it's higher.
You should be allowed to like phone a friend or something.
Can I get a 50-50?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm resetting the buzzers. Which is higher, the length of the Aurora or the length of a Sea Emperor Leviathan?
Emperador, creo.
My gosh, 3 of you were so quick. That was like, it was almost like the start of a Grand Prix. The car getting like right off the start. It was like fractional between it. But Point Crow, you got in first.
The Aurora is bigger than a Sea Emperor Leviathan, and I'll back this up because it took me a lot longer to explore the Aurora and get from one end to another than to swim around the Sea Emperor Leviathan at the end of the game. That's my logic there. You know, there's also a degree of fear, so that might have played into this answer too. We'll see. I don't know. I think the Aurora is bigger.
You are right. The Aurora is bigger. So Aurora's length is about 1,200 meters, and the Sea Emperor is like between 160 to 200.
Hace tiempo.
Quite significantly different.
Slight difference. Yeah, slight difference.
Yeah, and if you take the Sea Emperor Leviathan, you cut it up into very small pieces. Really good with comparison lengths here too.
You're turning into a precursor now.
So we'll let everyone know. We'll just do like the little calculations, tally up who got the most points. And Point Crow is the winner. I'm like, do we feel incredibly proud, or do we feel like a little bit like, whoa, we should know our game a little better than that?
You know, I'm glad my copious amounts of consumption of YouTube videos with purely scale of the Subnautica universe is coming clutch.
Yeah. Yeah, Artyom, you did come in
Acá
second.
en la computadora, el de lente de la computadora tiene sonido de Subnautica, ¿no?
Hey, it's good. I
No
know
juega
if I
otra
have
cosa.
any
En toda
conversion
su
to
vida.
sushi questions, I know who to contact. So.
Thank you. You got my number.
That was so much fun. Thank you so much for participating in that, and congratulations for winning, putting all of us to shame a little bit.
Thank you. I'll add it to the accolades. It is the pinnacle of my life. So thank you so much. It was very fun. Thanks for hosting.
Good. We're gonna take a look now at some stuff that the community has made. Like, I think the one thing that I love the most about the Subnautica community is like how creative they are and how many incredible things that they do. And so we've had like just a little video put together showcasing loads of different things that the community have either like made, created, like anything. So this should be really, really fun. We'll get to watch it. So yeah, let's take a look at what they've been up to.
I can't wait. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is. Oh, it's like a wire mesh Reaper Leviathan with. Oh, this is gonna be so cool.
Cool.
I've seen like a couple of these, just like on my For You pages. The amount of talent that this community has is ridiculous. I don't even know how you begin to do this.
Like, look at the fine detail as well, like the size of the tools that you have to use to like put all the teeth in, and then like painting and everything. It's just phenomenal. But I know where this is about to go as well, because I remember watching like the full video for this is like phenomenal. It's so good.
Yeah,
I just like
they're adding the color now. Oh my gosh. You were saying it's just like what?
You can kind of see
here in the back. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Wait, they're filling it with acrylic? Wait. Oh, come on. That's amazing. That's so cool.
Yep. So this is
It really gives that.
yeah, this is Thalasso Hobbier. So Thalasso Hobbier is based out of Japan. He actually has an art book now of like loads of the resin dioramas that he's done. I'm like wondering if I have it in like close reach. Oh, I do not. If I had it in close reach, I'd show it. But he's like put together the coolest art book of like all the different dioramas he's done over the years. But like they're all like so impressive, like incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, what do I gotta do to get my hands on one of these? I want it like right there. Just put it right there.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine the like logistics of like the crate to ship something like this out as well?
Imagine a life-size one. Oh wow, I mean that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna say you want this, but like you've also got like 3D printers, right? You could feasibly in like segments 3D print a life-size Leviathan there, couldn't you? Like, and piece it all together.
If anyone needs inspiration, all right, you're hearing it now. If you need a call to action, we need a life-size Reaper Leviathan. That would be so neat. Oh, okay, so this is the base for the and they're putting the waves and everything. Oh, oh, the detail.
Yeah, the attention to detail is the bit that always like floors me every single time. Like even the base, just
yeah, with the light
so
on the
good.
on the bottom. That's why they used. That's why they have the base.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. Oh, what a shot! Oh, You know what? I'll be over here. I'm good. It's just It's Wow.
Oh,
what's this?
Speaking of 3D printing.
Yeah. Wait. So yeah. So what is this here?
These are like little 3D printed creatures. This is the ice worm, right? It looks like
Oh, right. From Below Zero, right?
yeah. Oh, the satisfying like click 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 of like putting it all together so it articulates. This is
Su impresora
Oscar
3D.
Stevens yeah.
Forehead fine. Another 11 hours.
13 hour and 11. So literally 24-hour print here. Oh, plus more, plus
Ah,
another
ese es el
wow.
del
Whoa.
user.
This is Life Pod 2 coordinates attached.
Oh, this is from Subnautica 1. Yeah, Subnautica 1. What a beautiful animation.
They didn't want us to fight it happen. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2.
Pod is structurally sound, but the fabricator's bust.
And I don't know how long we're going to last. Request immediate assistance.
Yeah.
We've got them big old fish in the water with us.
I'm scared and I'm not going outside.
We'll have to. But it's 500 meters straight up.
I think I'm actually going to die down here.
Don't go home without us. Seriously. 3 out.
6 out.
7 out.
4 out.
It's of every single recording of each one of the life pods.
Yeah. That's so good because it like really kind of like obviously you hear them all through the game, but yeah, it just is phenomenal.
It really gives that like sense of dread too, especially at the end.
Yeah.
It's like everyone out. purple painting. Oh,
That's so good.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, these are like little animations.
职责所在，他们不欢迎我们将死亡带来了这里。
Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. Yes.
就是
Valid reaction.
It's the fan trailers that really make it too. I love that. I personally just love. Nice.
It's like how Marguerite survived, like, right? So.
Yeah. Which it was such a cool reveal in Below Zero when you find her and you're like, well, I can't, like, that's crazy.
只有一把刀，一个维修工具，以及3升淡水，无论怎么说。
Because like you only dream of doing this in Subnautica 1, and to have her actually do it was crazy. What a great animation. Another wire mesh here.
Yep. See, this is the thing that like I can't even like wrap my head around where I would even begin with something like this.
Like, what do you like? Someone needs to. I need. Like, I'm asking you guys out there. Like, how do you actually start? Like, what do you do? How do you know that you can do this? Like, what? I don't. The creative process for something like this is lost on me, but I can definitely appreciate all of the work that goes into it.
Well,
it's kind of like the same as like it's so fascinating to me when you go somewhere like well, we have like Games Workshop, which is like for minis for like Warhammer and stuff like that. So it's like almost like that kind of skill set, but on like a much larger scale. Because like, oh, the cat.
Yeah, that cat. I wanted to point out that was a really cool detail that they poured the epoxy or acrylic in. But they poured it in so then there would be bubbles in there with the actual final detail. That's cool. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. God, that's so neat.
It genuinely, like, every single time, just the community, you're all so talented. Whatever they like put their mind to, they can do. Whether it's like the smallest drawing, or like, even like crafting theories and everything. Like just every aspect of the community is just incredible.
I mean, it's like, at least with what we saw here, it's like they get the vibe of Subnautica, right? It's not just like, okay, here's the Reaper Leviathan, call it a day. It's like, no, they understand like what it means to see it, and they show it in the art too, which is wonderful. And then exactly what you're talking about with theories. I've spent long nights looking up Subnautica theories on what could have happened and what has happened, summary videos and other playthroughs. It's great to see all the creatives out there.
Thank you so much for coming along and hosting this with me. It's always nice to be able to do this with someone else. And it's been a genuine pleasure. So thank you so much for coming along for this.
Hey, and I gotta say thank you to you too. This is you've really, you're the community manager and you've really fostered a great community here, and are the host of a fantastic show. I know that you're excited as much, if not more, than a lot of people out there, because you've been working on this. You've seen everything, all the iterations of the game. So thank you so much for making this such an enjoyable experience for us all.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. For everyone who is still sticking around, there are still a few days. If you haven't already wishlisted Subnautica 2, you can still go ahead and wishlist it. It'll just remind you then when the game has come out. But as a reminder, May 14th, do not forget, it is coming. You have all of the giveaways that you can still get involved in. So go ahead, go and join those. You have a chance to win some incredible things. And don't forget, if you do purchase Subnautica 2 during the first week that it is on sale, you will get a special Leviathan statue to decorate your base with. Again, thank you so much. We are pretty much right there in terms of like releasing, and I mean, you've probably seen it through the entire showcase and how we've talked about the game. We cannot wait until it is finally in your hands. So, the countdown to the last few days before it comes out is on. Thank you so much again, Point Crow, for joining us. Thank you to everyone for watching. I guess we'll see you on May 14th. Bye.
Muy bien. La parte de la construcción va a estar impresionante. En 90% muy bueno va a estar el juego. Unas cosas con copy pega, pero después el resto está bastante bueno. Y la noche ahí como que se vio mejor. Tiene que ser oscura mismo. Y se vio muy lindo, muy lindo. Bueno, los vemos. Vamos a jugar un poco más, una horita más. Que no fue todo. No, por acá no tengo que entrar por otro lado. Tenemos unos 10 mods nada más, creo. 8, 9, no me acuerdo bien ahora. Creo que están conectados igual, a ver. Sí, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 mods. Porque después no, o algunos no funcionan. O no sé. Un filtro para que sea un poquito mejor, más realista. Ya vengo. Yo no tengo empezado, tengo un día y 18 horas. Quiero conseguir el tanque de alta capacidad. O sea, dónde encontrar. Ya tengo 1600 metros. Tengo un mod bastante grande. Algo de comida. Podría llevar de acá. Pozo nuclear ya lo tengo también. Tengo los que están a heladera. para que no se eche a perder. Agua, bastante agua. Y tengo todas estas plantas que me faltan seguramente alguna que otra, que son las que te pide para producir.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Ya se gastó ahí ya. 3300. Estos son los del mod que son casillero igual. Y el casillero es igual. Eso me da, y el agua, tengo todo esto de agua. Mil metros nomás tengo. Ay, qué mal. Parte de la nave 2. Ya me metí, no había nada. Vamos para las glaciales. Bueno, no bajé tanto. Porque no podía bajar mucho, ahora sí puedo bajar. Al menos puedo bajar ahora. Ah. Me olvidé de hacer... Ah, maldita sea. Yo sabía. Bueno, ahora sí.
Another site found. Perhaps its data will tell me something useful.
Digo cantidad igual. Ay.
How do humans function with such a fallible and
Cuerpo
inferior
tan
body?
inferior de-
Excuse you? My body is anything but inferior. I work hard for my body to be able to do what it does.
Yes, but its
Sí, pero
overall
de forma
form is
general no
not
es la idea. Por ejemplo,
For
considera el
example,
uso de
consider its use
rótulas
of primitive
primitivas.
ball and socket joints.
Is there anything you don't find primitive? Humans bartered with evolution to get more brain wrinkles and opposable thumbs.
It is true, the opposable thumb is excellent. But all corporeal forms are temporary. The ability to be reborn when a body breaks down is paramount.
My body is my own and I cherish it. It grows with me. Humans have one life. We plant trees we can never experience the shade of. We build for the next generation.
Noble, but again, truly inefficient.
You are incredibly frustrating, you know that?
I hope to see the forms of my people again.
El reclutador muestra del suelo.
New technology acquired.
No puedo bajar. Supera los componentes finales de los objetos. Tengo cantidad, pero igual me lo llevo. Y ahí no puedo bajar porque... No hay más. Pues maldita sea, este pesado está acá. repito, esto ya lo investigué, pero los glaciares tienen agujeros, pero creo que llegué al límite del mapa. Sí, me pela la mierda. Por el color creo que llegué al límite del mapa. Es una torta de cosa y no encuentro nada. Seguramente estarán arriba. No me acuerdo de esto. Ya estuve acá. Por si me olvidé de algo, pero no creo. Ya agarré todo. Oh, y esto... What the... En serio me había olvidado de esto. Pero qué loco. 2 de 4. Tiene que estar la otra base.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Tiene que estar acá. Ahora me acuerdo. Sí, tengo que investigar esto. Tengo que habilitar ese puente. Pero de noche no se ve nada. Okay. Ahora me quejo porque está de noche. grande. Oh, Felipe, es un pedazo de hielo. Yo investigué acá, pero yo tengo todo investigado. ¿Sí? Ah, yo que ahora tengo. No podía entrar. Tampoco no podía entrar con. Bueno, ahora está de día.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Ya pasé por acá. Pero me caigo. Ya tengo, pero me lo llevo igual. Ah, ¿por qué no?
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Ok, ya tengo cosillando, pero igual me lo llevo. Este grande no lo puedo matar, creo. A ver si lo puedo. A sacarle la piel. No llega. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Dónde estoy? ¿Dónde carajo? No sé cómo me caí. No sé cómo matarlo. No me acuerdo si tenía algo más para... Ah, mira. 2 de 3. Tengo unos cuantos termos, pero igual. ¿A dónde estaba el puente? Ese yo ya había habilitado otro puente, pero... Ya vine por acá, a ver, ya me perdí. No. Ya vine. Puedo subir el puente ese. A ver. Además tengo...
The artifact you found contains traces of information suggesting what has become of my people.
Generador de energía. Ya pasé, pero pasé antes de encontrar al... Estación Q. otra entrada, creo. Ya tengo ahí. Ya no puedo. ¿Cómo entraba acá yo? No me acuerdo. No me va a dar la energía. Hacer nada. Diablo. Sigue bajando. Ah. Llena de leviatanes. Esto es nuevo. Tengo que meterme adentro de la cosa esa. Diablos. Ah, están estos torpes. Ahí busca energía que me va a sufrir la vida que crece en su interior.
Rising temperatures detected in mineral-rich fissure below.
Rica el mineral que se encuentra abajo. Tengo todos los minerales ya. Algo tengo que hacer acá adentro. No me acuerdo qué era. Para pensar que hay un leviatán grande. Maldita sea. Cardenísimo. A ver qué es eso. Ah, tengo la planta térmica. Viene bien. Igual tengo energía de sobra igual, pero... Yo la tengo igual, así que... Necesito... Tengo todo, tengo. No necesito nada. Yo creo que tengo que meterme adentro de la planta para sacar algo. El problema es que está... Me puedo meter... Diablo, me persigue.
Detecting bow of an astronautical Sol Transgov vessel nearby. Vessel name, Mercury 2. Inoperative.
Llegamos a... parte de la nave 3. Necesito el tanque de oxígeno grande. Insisto. No es colisionable. ¿Por dónde se entra? Ah, por acá. Necesito el... Voy a buscar otra entrada. ¿Es esto? No. Acá no voy a encontrar lo que quiero. Deberé traer... ¿Quién está? Ya pasé por acá, creo. Sí. Todo eso tengo para hacer. El tema es que quiero el tanque de oxígeno grande. Uno de 3, el ultra capacidad. Si no, no puedo ir a lugares específicos. Gracias. Ah, sale que humedad me robas también. Bueno, encuentro las cosas. Dale, torpe. Eso ya lo tengo, ya no voy a... Aquel está grande. Cómo me olvidé de las balizas. Acá es todo. Dale, tonto. Acá puedo hacer plomo, el que lo que tenga un menos. Ese yo lo investigué, ese está investigado, así que... volví de vuelta, o di la vuelta a manzana, que miércoles. Acá no veo el grandote, no, es otro. Puedo bajar por acá. Recolecto porque está, pero igual tengo todo, capaz que tengo menos oro, pero este es otro, pues había un leviatán grande. Son % de energía. Acá el límite del mapa. Son 3 partes del... A ver aquí... No. Qué buena cantidad de esto en la base. Para la energía nuclear. Hay una cantidad acá. Diablos. Qué desastre no encontrar nada. Si encuentro el tanque de oxígeno ultra, no puedo seguir. Esos son unos torpes. Me vas. Diablo. Ya están vencidos, ya podridos. Capaz que está ahí abajo, papá, pero tengo 40 de energía y no traje las celdas de energía. Así que... terminamos por hoy.
I have detected an energy signature of some strength. I am not sure what it is for.
Go ahead and share it. Can't hurt.
Mira, no tiene nada que perder.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Tuve tanta porquería. Sal. Tengo que buscar plomo. Por aquí ya tengo cantidad. Níquel. Esto se gastó, pero bueno. Bueno, me dio el ataque. Lo dejo por acá. Estoy durmiendo. Bastante tarde hoy. Guardar. Nos vemos. Un saludo a toda la gente que estuvo en el directo. Un saludo a toda la gente que nos sigue. Y un saludo a toda la gente que nos va a ver en diferido. No se olviden, así como está, se va para el canal de YouTube, @ESTAN. ¿Quién te habló? Que pasen bien. Buen descanso. Bye bye.